Dr. Tower, it's a pleasure to welcome you to the Seasons End Summit for 2022. Thank you all for coming out, and thanks to those of you who are on Zoom for flying in from wherever you are. It's great to have all of you either here or remote. It's great to have all of you here for this great, exciting day of events. So I just have a few sort of housekeeping items before I introduce our first speaker. So the New England Botanic Garden in Tower Hill is a member-supported garden, and we're thrilled to welcome you all for this joint partnership with the Ecological Landscape Alliance. The Ecological Landscape Alliance is also a member-supported organization, and we thank you for your membership for both NEBG and ELA. If you're not a member, please consider it. Great member benefits for both organizations, including registration discounts, early notification about upcoming events, and also reduced ticket prices for things like night lights here at New England Botanic Garden. We have a full day of events today. We've got a number of great speakers that you'll hear from throughout the day. We also have another event at the end of the Ecological Landscape Alliance Seasons End Summit, and that's a certification ceremony for something that we're quite proud of here at NEBG. We're going to be recognized as the first botanic garden in the country to gain Green Zone certification through the American Green Zone Alliance. You'll hear more about that this afternoon from our colleague Robert Graham and me. But we will have a ceremony this afternoon and a reception associated with that. It starts at 4:30 and it will be out in the lawn garden, and you're all welcome to attend, whether you registered in advance or not. We'd love to have you stick around. It's going to be 70 degrees out today. Fall color is amazing, so you won't want to miss it. There'll be drinks and food. Congressman McGovern will be there. Representative Michelle Sicolo from Lexington will be there. So a number of people will be there to give talks. And we'll also have vendors all throughout the afternoon showcasing electric power equipment. So if you've adopted electric power equipment or you haven't, here's your opportunity to hear from representatives from Steel, Husqvarna, Mean Green Machines, and a couple of others. I'd love to have you stick around for that, so please feel free. Lunch is from 12:30 to 1:30. There was a pre-order for lunch that went out by email from the ELA office. If you pre-ordered lunch, fantastic. Head to the cafe at 12:30 and they'll have your lunches ready. And you can go anywhere in the garden to eat your lunch. We have seating in the cafe, limited seating outdoors, some seating in the conservatories. But I would suggest you go out to the lawn garden, have lunch out there on the Jepson Terrace, and check out the vendors because they'll be out there starting about noon today. Any questions for me before we get started and introduce our first speaker? Fabulous. So feel free to get up and grab something to drink or something to eat in the back of the room. For those of you over Zoom, I hope you have a good cup of coffee to start your day with. And I'm going to introduce Annie. So Annie is our first speaker this morning. Annie White is an ecological landscape designer and the owner of Nectar Landscape Design Studio in Stowe, Vermont. She's also a full-time lecturer of sustainable horticulture and design at the University of Vermont. She earned an MS in landscape architecture from the University of Wisconsin-Madison in 2005 and a PhD in plant and soil science from University of Vermont in 2016. She's passionate about designing cutting-edge and science-based ecological landscapes at all scales, from urban backyards to rural lakeshores. And I just want to say I had the great pleasure of working with Annie on a project back in 2018, called Pollinate New England, where we built 12 pollinator gardens all across New England. It was a fantastic project that she and I worked together on through the Plant Trust. It was just great to get to know Annie a little bit that summer. We spent a lot of time together over the summer building pollinator gardens and teaching people about the importance of pollinators. I know you'll really enjoy her talk this morning. She's a fantastic speaker. So please help me welcome Annie White.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you for that nice introduction. It's great to see you again. It's been a while. This is my first in-person speaking engagement that I've had in the last few years and been on Zoom exclusively. So this is exciting to be back and see some live faces. Really great. So I am really excited to talk about some of my design work on lakeshores today. This is the first time I've been invited in recent years to talk about something other than pollinators for my research on native cultivars. So this feels really special to now be branching out and sharing more about what I'm actually doing out in the field in terms of my design work. And a lot of the work that I've done in recent years, over the last probably 5 years in Vermont, has been done on lake shores. It's been a nice little niche that I've created for myself within my ecological landscape design business. Is working with both private homeowners who own lakeshore property, and also working on some public projects, parks, campgrounds, frequently state-owned property, and doing this type of work. And I recognize that today, probably many of you, if not most of you, don't necessarily do work on lake shores. But I think there are so many really great lessons that we can take from case studies on lake shores and apply them to other aspects and other projects within this ecological landscape design realm. So what I've done is try to come up with a set of lessons that I've learned, again, that are from my lakeshore experience, but can be applied more broadly. I narrowed it down to 10 or 11 kind of takeaway key points that I've developed. And I when I was putting together this presentation, admittedly up until last night, I pulled in all of these different slides that I had of different projects that I'm working on, and photos and some of the design slides, and I think I ended up with 150 slides. Okay, we got to cut this way back. So I'm not sharing nearly as much as I would like to share within this hour, but hopefully it will give you a little bit of introduction. So one thing that I've been working on over the last years, I believe, maybe even 6 years, that just came to fruition and is out and published now is the Vermont Bioengineering Manual. This was finally published in January of 2022. And I did play a role in putting this together early on, when I was part-time for the Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation. And we had this idea of developing this Vermont Bioengineering Manual, and I have to give a lot of credit to Amy Peacock, who is a Vermont DEC. She recently retired, but this was really her project that she put together and really saw to fruition. But this manual, when we first started working on it, we realized there just wasn't enough projects. There weren't enough case studies to really go into this manual. And so we ended up spending a number of years trying to actually do more projects and see the results and experiment with these bioengineering practices. So I just wanted to kind of point that out up front. And also Holly Greenleaf, who is also an ecological landscape designer. She owns Greenleaf Design. She was a former student of mine at UVM. And she's a beautiful illustrator, and a lot of her illustrations are using today. So I want to give her credit for those up front. This lake here, Maidstone Lake, up in the northeast kingdom of Vermont. I grew up in the town of Maidstone. So Maidstone is largely a agricultural farming community on the Connecticut River. But if you head towards the mountains, off on a longer road, you end up at beautiful Maidstone Lake. And so this was the lake that I spent a lot of my childhood canoeing and swimming, camping. There's a wonderful campground here, and really recreating on this lake. And it's a beautiful, very clean lake, but it's also very, very developed, surprisingly developed for how rural the landscape is. And many of us have these really strong connections to the lakes, even if we don't own property. I don't own property in the lake, but these lake shores are really important to me for the camping, the fishing, the hiking, the swimming. And what we've found in recent years, and more studies are showing, that there's such a direct relationship between the water quality within our lakes and property values, tourism expenditures, and the overall regional economic activity. So this is what's motivating a lot of the dollars that are going into promoting more sustainable lakeshore landscaping practices is just this overwhelming realization of how incredibly important water quality is for so much that's going on, and how there's also a just such a strong connection between the health of the lakes and healthy economies. And this comes from lake-based state parks, the fishing, the wildlife watching, and the connection to property values. And this is how a lot of homeowners on lake shores can really get on board with modifying their landscaping practices, maybe being willing to entertain some things that they haven't been able to entertain before or haven't been open to, is because as we can educate them more and more about how just incredibly important their lakeshore landscaping practices are for protecting the water quality of the lake, and how important that water quality is for their ability to enjoy the lake, to maintain their property values. So such just really strong connections here and strong motivations. So I am from Vermont, so I'm going to talk a lot about my work in Vermont today, but so much of this will apply to all of the states within New England. In Vermont, we have over 800 lakes and almost 1,500 miles of shoreland. Almost half of all of this shoreland has been developed in a way that's determined to be detrimental to water quality and to terrestrial and aquatic habitat. So we have and Vermont, for maybe having a reputation for being a little bit more progressive with our environmental stance, Vermont is actually has done historically the poorest job in comparison to other New England states in terms of our lakeshore protection. So we're really in a place right now of restoration. There's not enough lakeshore to protect. We really have to come back in and restore what we have. So we've seen this evolution of lakeshores, not just in Vermont, but in the Northeast and throughout the country, where we went from a pre-development, very intact ecosystems where our shorelands were providing all of these different services, filtering any stormwater, providing terrestrial habitat, aquatic habitat. These interfaces between water and upland habitats are some of the most biodiverse and important ecosystems. And then we just very quickly went from these undeveloped lake shores to developing them very quickly in a conventional manner where lake shores were just cleared, the land was subdivided, many camps were built with very little oversight, very little regulation with what they could do, how dense the development could be, what kind of septic regulations they might have. And so if we look at a lot of our lake shores throughout New England, you see very high density, a lot of clearing, a lot of things going on you don't see, like failing septic systems that were way under designed. And all of these things just have a huge impact on water quality. And so now we are, third one there. Now we're, again, in the state of lakeshore restoration, where we really, in order to make improvements to try to bring our lake shores back to these intact ecosystems, trying to improve their water quality. As most of us know, these algae blooms are becoming more and more common. They have a huge impact on how we enjoy our lakes, have a huge impact on property values, which also are going to affect tax revenue. So we're now in a state of lakeshore restoration, and I think there's a huge amount of opportunity within our industry and as ecological landscape designers where we can really do a lot of really impactful work in these areas. So this is the kind of development we don't want to see, and that thankfully is much more difficult to do in most states at this point. But looking back, I don't have to go back very far to pull images like this. This was pre-Shoreland Protection Act in Vermont. The Shoreland Protection Act was established not even 10 years ago, It's from 2015. So pre-2015, we saw really just a huge amount of shoreline clearing. We were still seeing a lot of building directly on a lake shore. Folks would come in and just take out all the vegetation, destabilize the slopes, put in these camps, which are nicer than a lot of our homes, and then do very little to restore and repair these shorelines. So the difference between a natural condition of a lakeshore, which is more similar to the left side of this image, versus the developed shoreline, which we see on the right side, the numbers are pretty staggering. That we're going to see, these are generalizations, but about 5 times more runoff, about 7 times more phosphorus, about 18 times more sediment from a developed, unstable lakeshore shoreline area, as opposed to a more natural condition. You can actually, maybe you can see it on the left, but there's actually a camp tucked in there in the trees. I can see it on my computer screen. I'm not sure if you can see it up there. So trying to encourage more people to be open to a much more naturalistic shoreland. So the 2 most destructive actions that have taken place on our lake shores over the last handful of decades. One is the native vegetation removal, and the second is the hardening of the shoreline. So we have so many of these hard retaining walls, and so many of them are now failing. So I see more and more opportunities for removing failing systems and coming in with bioengineering or more vegetative systems to replace those. And you can no longer build a concrete retaining wall. That's not going to be permitted. So we do have regulations in place now that are going to protect shorelines. You can't build a concrete retaining wall any longer. But these hard solutions, hard engineering solutions, while they might seem like they're a good fix for a property, they're just deflecting wave energy. You're going to see more erosion just in a different location when you implement hard solutions like that. So again, 2015 is when Vermont finally adopted our Shoreline Protection Act. Maine has had a very similar shoreline zoning program for decades, and their shorelines are in much, much better shape. Every state now in New England does have a set of protection standards for working on lake shores. And generally, they're going to involve limiting new cleared areas within a certain distance from the lake. In Vermont, it's 250 feet. I know New Hampshire's the same. I'm not sure about Massachusetts. And it's going to regulate new cleared area, new impervious surface. And then also there's often vegetation clearing standards right along the lakeshore that's going to limit the amount of clearing that you can do. So often within that first 100 feet from the lake, the actual lakeshore, you're going to be limited in what you can remove. It may be limited to deceased or dying trees. You can do some pruning. The system in Vermont is actually somewhat complicated. There's a point system. So if you have a certain number of points for larger trees, you might be able to remove a few smaller ones. But this is, I think what this has really done a great job in is just getting folks to recognize that the way that we have historically developed on lake shores is really detrimental to the lake, and that you need to make a shift. And that every time you're adding new impervious surface or every time you're removing vegetation, there's going to be some trade-off with that, and it's going to be in the form of affecting your lake. So now we're in an era of restoring and repairing degraded shorelines. So there's a lot of unique challenges on shoreland areas, mainly due to erosion on shorelines. Also, a lot of different erosion from sources, a lot of driveways, runoff from large roofs. So a lot of kind of complex situations, often in very small footprints. Many of these, particularly private residences on lake shores, they often have very small lots. So we're working in really confined areas, often with septic fields, leach fields on the property. So that's something I really love about these projects, is just how complex they are and layered they are, and how we really have to get creative with solutions. Okay, so now getting into some of these lessons. I think the most important thing that I've learned from doing so many of these projects, and I've probably worked with, in the last several years, close to 30 private homeowners coming up with designs. And I think that so much of it is really social work and less scientific design work. I think with lake shores, more than other types of private properties, there's such just a strong connection to their land. And oftentimes these are places that they grew up in, that maybe they inherited from their family. Again, often sort of small footprints or small parcels with a lot of functions that are very important to them that are social. So trying to find that balance between still allowing them to have at least some of the social function of their site while also making improvement to the ecological function of the site. So just getting to know these clients, these lakeshore owners, evaluating and acknowledging what their unique connection to the land is, and taking that into consideration, and how far you can push a project is going to be really dependent on who that client is and what they're willing to sacrifice or negotiate on. And it really, I feel like a lot of the design work I do is somewhat of a negotiation, and a lot of it is a social strategy of giving a little education and maybe educating them about the benefits of native plants as opposed to having lawn, and thinking about the function of their lawn, and well, how can we maybe cut back on the lawn and do something over here, or getting to know what they love. I find a lot of people on lake shores love watching the birds, so then that's a great gateway into talking more about using more native plant species and how the native plants are really important for supporting the birds. And then I feel like I want to more and more, I find that this is really, it's a social design challenge. And I want to learn more about the psychology, maybe do more research on the psychology of ecological design and the aesthetics, ecological aesthetics, and trying to just get people to think a little bit differently, learning how they think. So I had that lovely picture up of a homeowner previously that had a pretty good intact lakeshore. They appreciated the birds, but this picture is what I see most frequently on lakeshores. A lot of clearing, a lot of social space, the fire pit right on the lakeshore that they're not willing to get rid of. Parties on the weekends, they need to accommodate a lot of people. So this is often the kind of the starting point for a lot of projects that I'm trying to work on. So again, finding that angle that you can connect with that homeowner on is so important. And I mentioned the bird watching is often really important. Of course, many of these homeowners enjoy swimming. And so that's something that gets them really interested, is when we talk about water quality. But this little point here is something that I feel like many folks don't know. And that's the amazing connection between the terrestrial plants and what's going on with aquatic habitat. So these natural shorelines are so important for sustaining and maintaining healthy fish populations within the lake. Couple of fun facts: up to 40% of freshwater protein comes from insects that have dropped into the water from native plants growing along the shorelines. So there have been a number of studies that show a very strong correlation between lakeshore development and the health of the fish in the lake. It's when we remove all this native vegetation from the shoreline, there's not as much insect protein falling into the lake, so there's less insect protein within the diets of the fish. Some studies that were done out in the Pacific Northwest found that that trout within lakes that were highly developed did have less insect protein within their diets, were smaller, and were not reproducing at the same rate. So just some interesting, a lot of these fun facts can get people really excited about using native plants when they hadn't been excited about it before. And then, of course, property value, that's a way that you can capture the attention of people that may not have any ecological motivation beyond that. But when you start talking about property values and what it means to them, you can get a lot of attention from that. So when water quality decreases, so does property value. A lot of studies have been done on this. Some really great studies have looked at this in Maine and have some real quantitative data on it. There's one piece of information from Vermont: a 1 meter increase in water clarity is equated to a nearly 3% average increase in single family home value and a 37% average increase in seasonal home value. We see a lot of this on Lake Champlain. This photo here is from St. Albans Bay that has really terrible problems with algae blooms in the summer. And the property values of camps in that bay have just plummeted. It's just not a very desirable place to be. You can't swim in the lake in the summer. And that's why many of us want to know. Okay, next lesson is taking this ecosystem approach to design. Not just looking at a single aspect that we might otherwise look at in traditional landscaping. Like we might just come in and think about what planting we can do, or maybe what hardscaping we can add. But in these lakeshore projects, you really need to look at all of the living things, the plants, the animals, the microorganisms, what type of interactions we're trying to promote, and then matching that with the physical environment, the sunlight, the water, the soil, and looking at these ecosystems at a lot of different scales and recognizing that they're complex, they're adaptive, and they're always changing. One thing that I do a lot of work with is vegetative buffers, really advocating, if you do nothing else on your lakeshore, just in some way increasing or enhancing the vegetative buffer that you have. And that generally means getting rid of some lawn, but whatever you can do to bring these vegetative buffers back in is going to help repair ecosystems throughout the property. And these vegetative buffers are going to impact so many different aspects of the ecosystems within the property, and also the different ecosystem functions, your shoreline stability, the habitat, nutrient removal, sediment filtration, and then habitat for all of these different creatures. This is a great figure showing what the minimum buffer is to really support that certain ecosystem function. So for example, you need much less land or much less of a buffer simply for shoreline stability, whereas you need a much larger buffer for amphibian habitat. So I always try to think about and also share with the client, because so much of this comes back to educating them. They might not understand, well, why do you want to come in and put a 50-foot buffer on my lakeshore here when I'm used to having land going right up to the shoreline? Yeah, question here in the back.
Can't quite see the numbers on the y-axis from back here. What's the range there?
So we have across the top,
Yeah.
x-axis, we have going from 0 to 800 feet. And I can share this presentation as a PDF, so folks are welcome to come back and look at some of these. Labels may be a little bit small. Always taking a community-based planting design approach. I know that's something that's been really advocated for recently in ecological planting design, but it works extremely well on lakeshores as well. So having a canopy and an understory layer a shrub layer, your herbaceous ground cover, and even the duff layer, which is just the spongy mosses, the leaves below all of that really help create this sponge that's going to help soak up the stormwater that may be running through there and create a more full ecosystem. I always look for ecosystem models whenever I'm designing on a lakeshore, and it is also a really wonderful part of the job of saying, well, I need to spend the day in a canoe looking around this lake because I need a good ecosystem model for this project. So if I'm sitting at my desk pondering what are the native plants that are going to do best here, or what type of shoreline stabilization should I look at? What types of rocks should I use? I could spend all day in my office, or I could just hop in my canoe and look around the lake and look for some undeveloped portions of the lake and just see what's going on, what's growing there, what do the rocks look like? What kind of, do I see any ice push damage? What do I see for wildlife? And it's, of course, great fun. So I am, again, often looking at these intact examples and trying to pull a lot of inspiration for my planting designs from these existing models. So here's a couple examples. This is ecological zones and plant communities of a natural wetland shoreline. So thinking about it's not just a single plant list, it's often matching a group of plants that are going to work in a plant community, but then that's going to transition as we're moving from the actual shoreline or working with aquatic vegetation and moving upland. And this is an example of a natural forested rocky shoreline. So then I mentioned earlier of acknowledging and understanding that ecosystems are complex and adaptive and they're always in flux. So we want to design not solely for a moment in time. We have to recognize that really we should recognize this with all landscapes, but I think lakeshores are particularly good examples of how ecosystems are always changing, how these environments do experience a lot of disturbance. And so we have to work with these natural processes of competition and succession and disturbance rather than always trying to work against them. There's a long history of trying to protect scenic landscapes so they don't change, but real ecosystems are very dynamic. So we kind of have to get away from that mindset with a lot of this ecological landscape design. And recognize that we can have these scenic landscapes, but they are going to change, and we need to allow them to change. We need to accept that disturbance is going to occur, that's natural, and it's also becoming much more prominent with climate change, that we're going to see more disturbance events, whether it's the presence of invasive species or stronger storm events that are going to lead to more flooding. More freeze and thaw in the winter that may add to more ice push on our lakes. So just being adaptive in all of this. So I wanted to talk about winter ice push. It's an example of a natural disturbance that occurs on lake shores and can make some design practices pretty challenging. It can be a little unpredictable sometimes. And this is also a natural disturbance that we may see more of because this ice push is accentuated by freeze and thaw cycles. And so the more warm-ups we have, the more we may see this occurring on lake shores. And this can be really scary for homeowners, really scary for a designer to come in and think about putting in a big shoreline stabilization and then really not knowing what the weather conditions are going to be the next winter. And could we end up with an ice push situation that brings these large ice sheets, pushes them up onto the shoreline and scours them away. But nature has dealt with these ice pushes, of course, for thousands and thousands of years. And what often happens is when these large ice sheets are pushed up onto the shoreline, it creates this berm. The land will kind of buckle. if it's not totally stable. And so if you start going out and you start looking at a lot of these natural shorelines that have not been developed, you'll often notice these berms. And those berms will also protect what's behind it from future ice pushing events. So these berms are a natural protection that's kind of developed. Now, when you have these ice events that happen on a lakeshore that looks like this, you're going to have a lot of damage that people are not necessarily willing to just leave and accept. Well, this is a natural disturbance event. You should just leave it and let it naturally revegetate itself. And as we all know, turf grass is a terrible stabilizer. It's not really going to do anything in terms of lakeshore stabilization, and we see a lot of lawn going right up to the lakeshore. And we have so many homes that are just a matter of feet away from the shoreline. So this was one project that I was hired to work on, and one that I was pretty terrified of. And I will say that happens to me frequently. Sometimes there's projects where I'm like, oh boy, I know about the liability on this one. And this, so now in Vermont, it is not permissible when you have a ice push berm like this. Once it's been created, you're supposed to leave it. You're not supposed to remove it. Now, telling these people that they cannot remove this berm, that they need to just leave it. Fortunately, they did not contact me until after they had actually already removed it. And they sent me this picture, and I thought, oh gosh, what are we gonna do? And they said, well, we actually already came in and flattened it back out. So then that was off of my liability for it. But ideally, what we would like to do is work with ice berms rather than against them. Understanding that we could do a little bit of repair to that kind of situation, where if we have something remaining on the left, we could come in and we could repair it a little bit. We could use that as a starting point for a vegetative buffer. So we could fill in with some native plants. We could use some natural materials like some stones, some coconut fiber rolls. These are just a few different examples of what you could do to then have that berm in place. Now, on this particular project, since the berm was already gone, we essentially did all of that, but without the berm. So, and this was a big negotiation with these homeowners, and it was very complex. And I think getting back to my first point about how so much of this design work is really social work and counseling and education, and trying to also understand where they're coming from. That this camp they spend a lot of money on, they spend a lot of time there. They love having their grandkids be able to run around in the lawn and jump right in the water here. But then we also have to have conversations like, well, this ice damage is going to continue to happen, maybe at a more frequent rate. And so we need to do something about it. And the best way to address it is to try to restore more of a natural shoreline. And we can maybe think of some alternatives, like what are some areas that can provide the same function? Like maybe your kids can play ball in the side yard instead of the front yard. Water access was really important, so we maintained water access right through the middle of this site. But so in the end, they were willing to put in about a 12-foot vegetated buffer. We have some stonework here, some coconut fiber rolls, and some native vegetation, nothing that would get too tall. So that was kind of one of the compromises too, is maintaining the views. With any of these projects, we're really designing to maximize these ecosystem services. And I feel like on lake shores, there's so much opportunity, again, within these small areas, because we're often trying to do erosion control, because there's so much active recreation, trying to do shade and temperature control that also benefits the aquatic habitat, maybe doing noise reduction or privacy, stormwater storage, filtration, habitat, and then trying to balance all of these aesthetic and recreational economic benefits for people. So this comes back into just the the time that you spend with a homeowner talking about the benefits of this ecological design approach. It often helps, even if we don't use the term ecosystem services, we talk about all of the benefits that they're going to get from applying these strategies. And embracing the environmental constraints, never going through a huge amount of effort to change the soils, changing the sunshade pattern, providing irrigation, just really trying to embrace what the site conditions are. And so many of these tips are all interconnected, right? Back to having a model ecosystem coming from the same place. So knowing what's going to require the least amount of input and be the most sustainable, which should also be hopefully the easiest to maintain. Okay, so I've already mentioned a few times the lawn issue. So if there's probably a number one challenge in all of these environments, it's the amount of lawn. And that lawn has such it's not just not adding to the ecosystems, but it's actually having a detrimental effect on the shoreline habitat, the aquatic habitat, and the water quality. And so trying to get folks to minimize their lawn and making sure that any lawn spaces, because most people are not willing to give up all their lawn, they just aren't. But trying to make sure that the lawn that they do have is very intentional, that it matches the functional uses that they want to preserve and maintain. And as we do that, well, first, of course, as I mentioned before, just turf grass going right up to a lakeshore, just very, very schematic. So we need to do a lot of repair there. Here's a photo of some existing conditions on a property that I designed on Lake Iroquois. Huge amount of lawn. This property was actually built on a peninsula. I wish I had a photo that showed the whole stance of the site. And these clients were very protective of their views and really concerned about adding a vegetative buffer back in. And so this is when sometimes we have to pull out our tricks as designers and do some Photoshop work and really try to show them what this could look like, and that we're really trying to enhance the space and enhance the interest. And we can talk about what these different plants are and how they're going to support the birds and the pollinators, and how they'll still have opportunities to move through the space, that we're not trying to completely shut off their views. And this can be really effective at helping them visualize and get on board with making changes. So many times on lakeshore properties, we also see just open lawn space for no reason, that has no function, no current function. This was one lakeshore property with a very steep slope of lawn. It was too steep to even mow. So it very challenging for them to maintain, and a lot of shoreline erosion on this property. So this is showing just this was a quick design for a pretty small area, but trying to get a homeowner to think about what the function of that lawn is. So, okay, you need it for pathways. Let's just do 2 pathways. Or you'd like a little open space to sit. So let's give you a little open space to sit. You don't want to completely shut off your views with vegetation. So let's put a couple trees in that might frame your views, and then we can fill in some lower vegetation underneath. And this was sticking a post. No, I don't have a post installation slide there, but that was a quick project to install, and the homeowner was very happy. It was actually a much easier landscape for them to maintain now than it was previously. And compared the erosion on the shoreline, and all is good. Okay, and then choosing functional plants for the ecosystem, focusing on native plant species, using local ecotypes whenever possible, matching the plants to the microclimates, Using edges to the advantage for promoting biodiversity. Again, these edge habitats that we see as you transition from a forested area into the lakeshore, these are some of the most biodiverse communities that we have out there. And so really using that to our advantage with the planting design and really trying to maximize our species diversity in our plants, which will also support a greater biodiversity of wildlife species. And sometimes having a few of those high maintenance plants to make a client happy is still really important. If they have a favorite plant, maybe it's not native, and maybe it doesn't really contribute much to the landscape, but it's going to make them love their landscape. And that's, I think, something I've come to realize more and more is that these people need to love their landscape. And if it means you put a row of daylilies along the house, or means that they have, well, that's probably the thing I do the most of. Those daylilies, like, you know, they don't contribute much ecologically to the site. But if that's a client's favorite plant and they love it, and it's going to make them enjoy the landscape more, that's going to help them want to maintain the landscape, want to preserve some of the other things that we've done that do have an ecological benefit. So being a little bit flexible there. You know, of course, I would love to come into every project, eliminate all the lawn, do all native plants, try to restore as intact of a remnant ecosystem as I possibly could. But I've yet to find a single client that's willing to do that. So a lot of this, I guess I'm talking about so much of working with a client is the social experiment and kind of counseling them. But this process for me over the last 5 years has also been, it's been working the other way too, of me learning how far I can push the envelope as a designer. When I need to maybe step back and listen to a client a little bit more, or else I might risk either not getting the project at all if we're in the early stages, or installing a project and they end up hating it and taking it out after a few years. So all of that is very important. Okay, many of us have probably seen a similar graphic to this. We redid the graphic for our manual. But again, those native plants are providing such a huge benefit, not just for the birds and the pollinators, but in terms of the erosion control that they can provide. So really huge benefit there and important on a lot of shorelines where we have a lot of stabilization and erosion control that we're trying to work with. Using more softscaping over hardscaping, using vegetative BMPs or best management practices and bioengineering techniques whenever we can. So then bioengineering, I mentioned this when I first started talking here and the bioengineering manual that we've put together. But soil bioengineering, it's essentially using living plant materials to construct structures that perform some kind of engineering function. So it's trying to get away from these hard engineering solutions like riprap, piping stormwater underground, and getting back to using plants. Now, oftentimes in the short term, while plants are being established, we also have to combine that with some other type of materials that can provide erosion control in the short term while the plants are establishing. So use a lot of erosion control fabrics, coconut fiber rolls, and do sometimes, and I would say actually frequently, also use some stone, but getting away from the big limestone riprap and using more stone that's going to be local to the site. So I wanted to highlight just what some of these bioengineering practices are that I've done a lot of work with in recent years. Sometimes it's as simple as just putting in some natural stone, which will protect the shoreline as we restore that vegetated buffer. Upland live staking is a fairly low cost strategy for adding woody vegetation onto a shoreline that's also very low disturbance. So staking in dormant willows, dogwoods, they don't have a perfect success rate, but they're cheap and you put a lot of them in. And you can get a steep slope reestablished where it would otherwise be very difficult to digging and putting both bare root or containerized materials in. You can do a lot of really cool things with willows, doing live machines and wattles. Use a lot of coconut fiber rolls. So these are, they really look like logs of bundled up coconut fiber. And they do biodegrade over 5 to 7 years, but it provides that short-term protection while we're establishing the vegetation on the backside. We do a lot of this right on the shoreline itself. Can also do some cool things with live crib walls where you do need some more structure. If it's a very high erosion area, on a larger lake like Lake Champlain, where there's a lot of fluctuation in the water levels and the wind and the ice action. But instead of just a straight crib wall, integrating vegetation into it. Had some success with that. This practice encapsulated soil lifts, I've probably been doing more than anything on really tricky, highly eroded steep banks. And that's been working really well. I'm going to share one of the projects that I've done. This was a project where there was an existing crib wall. So this crib wall was just a combination of old railroad ties, some more recent repairs with some new wood, some chicken wire. There's all kinds of things. Not sure the history of it. It probably had been there for 50 years, but it was starting to fail and it was starting to undermine. And they were starting to see a lot of loss of the top of their bank, just kind of mysteriously starting to sink. And this project had a huge amount of counseling involved. Their camp, you won't see it till the last slide, but it was very close. It was about 15 feet back from the top of their slope here. That fire ring that you see, despite an enormous amount of education and calm consulting and talking, there was no way they were going to move that. Like, absolutely none. Had to stay exactly where it was. That's where they'd always had their fires, despite many different other options that we talked through, was not going to move. Many times with these projects, I'll do multiple concepts, like talk through some different scenarios. We talked about just pulling the bank back and regrading it. That wasn't going to work because that fire ring could not be moved back. They wanted it right there and they would have lost a lot of space. Talked about building a live crib wall that would also resulted in a lot of site disturbance. But ultimately we decided to do these encapsulated soil lifts, because we can do a pretty steep slope, reconstruct a pretty steep slope with encapsulated soil lifts. So we took the existing crib wall out, and this is what we were working with. And started to build this slope back up. We did use a stone toe at the base, so we had this solid stone foundation. We tried to use all local stone for that combination of sizes. You will see a geotextile fabric here. I really try to avoid using geotextile fabrics on lake shores because they always end up getting re-exposed. Always try to use, kind of recreate a stone filter as opposed to using geotextiles. In this case, we did feel like it was important, and it's just under the very bottom rock layer. So now we're essentially building these burritos up, and we're using coconut fiber products, and in a few different lifts, I think we ended up with 3 lifts. In the end, we're putting soil in, compacting it a little bit. And I have this is a Northwoods conservation crew that was doing the installation work. This project did have grant funding, so it was a cost share between the homeowner and some grant funding. Because we want to be able to showcase more and more of these practices and see them be successful. And I think it's important to have these examples out there. So we're building this up, and then this was the final result immediately after planting. So we're kind of horizontally laying shrubs into these rolls. So this was pretty close after installation. You'll see the sediment curtain there. So any type of lakeshore work that I do, where we're doing any work in the water, which also requires a permit if you do any work below the shoreline, also put in the sediment curtain so that any sediment that we may put into the lake during construction, which we always try to minimize, will not extend out into the rest of the lake. This is, let's see, the following spring. So it was installed in the fall. This is the following spring. We can see the seed mix starting to come in. And then this is the summer, more growth. And this was this spring, spring 22. Then I have one more photo taken from the lakeshore during a tour. And you can see the camp in this picture, how it was. It's really right behind there. And I so regret that I don't have a before picture just of the crib wall, but it was just a vertical, railroad ties, chicken wire. So I think that this was a project that did also scare me because I didn't know what we were going to find when we took the crib wall out. Like, how far back is it going to go? What's the existing soil like there? If we ever do find existing soil, it all seemed like it was fill material that they had probably actually filled out into the lake. But I think the end result here, it looks very natural, and these were, kind of tricky clients to work with because they really like their lakeshore the way that it was. And overall, I think the result was really good. Okay. Now, I'm going to try to wrap up quickly here. Creating cues for care for the ecological landscape. Sometimes, I think I already talked about this, about how important it is to make sure that people love their landscape so that they're willing to maintain it and keep it. Sometimes that means giving these more messy ecological landscapes a little bit more of an orderly frame to them. Personalizing the plan, meaning having some other favorite plants there, having some things that really make them love the landscape. And then a management plan. I think whether it's a lakeshore, any type of ecological landscape design project needs to also include a long-term management plan, because I think management is so tricky, and people need to know what to expect and what they need to do moving forward. Signage, I think, is also really critical, especially when there's public projects involved. All of the parks that I've worked with, signage has been really, really important and critical. In Vermont, we have a program called LakeWise. People that have done really good work in terms of protecting their shoreline or doing restoration work and earn this LakeWise award, they get this really cool sign. We encourage them to put it on the lake side of their property so people boating around can see. And this program's been really successful at getting neighbors excited and getting them talking about, like, how did you get this award? What is this award? What did you do for it? So I think that's been a really cool aspect. So also throwing up some resources that are out there. I know every state has a lot of resources. These are resources that I use in Vermont. And here's this bioengineering manual. Again, you can download this online or order a hard copy if you're interested in this manual. The manual was written with landscape contractors in mind, so it's more of a technical manual. Okay, finished right on time. We need to move right on, or time for
No, let's take a couple questions.
Okay. Come back with my other 100 slides.
Yeah, how much of this work involved like mitigation if somebody already did some intentional, unintentional damage? And how much of that involved, permitting that required engineering and landscape architect? And were you working with contractors that are very familiar with bioengineering? You have local contractors that adapted to that?
Okay, yeah, it's good questions here. So the first question was about how much of this is mitigation, so doing repair work when they've already done something wrong. I would say most of the people that I have worked with, and maybe this is just that I'm lucky or who I tend to connect with, I'm not doing mitigation work. But I certainly know of a lot of circumstances, and unfortunately, there is still a lot of culture on lakes where people would rather just do what they want to do and see if they got caught and maybe pay the fine or have to do the repair work after the fact. And there's not, we have more and more regulations. There's not necessarily a huge amount of enforcement out there. So, unfortunately, a lot of people do get away with removing more vegetation than they should, or adding new impervious surfaces and just nobody notices if their neighbors don't turn them in. I mean, neighbors are essentially the enforcement system that's out there. But there definitely work out there for sure with people that are asked, well, you need to replant your vegetation. And then your next part of the question, which I already forgot.
Is do you need landscape architects
Oh,
and
right,
engineers for
Yeah.
permitting?
Yeah. No, not necessarily. You don't necessarily need a licensed landscape architect or engineer for the permitting for some of these things. If it's a public project, that's gonna be
We should move to
Vermont.
Vermont.
Yeah, again, I'm sure is gonna change from state to state. And then contractors, that was the third part of the question, which I did remember. Do I like to work with experienced contractors who are familiar with bioengineering? Absolutely. We're really fortunate in Vermont. We have a program that's run through the Department of Environmental Conservation. It's called the Natural Shorelands Erosion Control Training. That happens every November, and we certify contractors. So contractors go to a full day training, and then they get on a list where they're certified for doing these practices. And so anytime somebody comes in with a project that they're trying to implement, that is one thing that the state does ask, that they're using a contractor that is from that list. So it's one small thing. The trainings are in November, they're coming up.
So in the Cape, we get a lot of pushback about ticks and anything other than one, the
Yep. Yep.
ticks FA. So I'm sure you've had conversations, and can you elaborate a little bit on how you deal with that issue with your clients?
Yeah, so the tick question constantly comes up. It comes up with really any landscaping project now, right? And it's tough because I often try to have the broader conversation about how actually having more diverse and healthy ecosystems that are going to support predators. We don't have time to get into the whole conversation, but we need prey in the landscape to try to control the rodent populations and the mice that are hosts for Lyme disease. So having that conversation, but of course, most people, where they might want to protect the broader environment, they just don't want their kids getting Lyme disease, or they don't want picking up ticks, and that I totally understand. So it's often a balancing act of, well, okay, let's create areas of your property where you're not rubbing up against vegetation. You need a patio area or wide motion pathways to get through an area. There can be planting that where we can have these plants, and there may or may not be ticks in there, but you don't necessarily need to walk through. And just learning how to protect yourself. That unfortunately, we live in a place now where the ticks are there, and we need really to just take the measures to protect ourselves and do the tick checks. And I don't think the solution is to just get rid of all of the landscaping and have these deserts. It's tricky though. I'm still working on a good answer to that.
Let's leave one more question.
When you do the restoration from the ice dams, what prevents the ice dam from coming back and taking out everything you put in?
So it is a little bit risky because a ice push is a natural phenomenon. So the question was what prevents it from just happening again. But the more shoreline stabilization that you have in place, the less likely that smaller ice pushing events are going to cause damage. So the more woody vegetation that you have, if you have doing a little bit of shoreline rock work, can create something that's going to help break up that ice. So where the most damage is caused is when people have lawn to lake and just nothing there to hold that in place. But it probably ice push more than anything. It does scare me because it's not very predictable, and it can in some events do real damage that that there's not much you can do about. Just repair it. But I will say on that note that also with doing stonework on the lakeshore, I often use actually smaller stone. People often think, well, the bigger the stone, the better. But with these large boulders, when they get pushed around, and they will get pushed around, they'll leave these big gaps and holes that end up eroding. But smaller stones have some natural movement to them, and they'll kind of relock and recalibrate themselves. So that's one little trick to help with that. Okay, all right.
So now it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Sam Hoadley is the manager of horticultural research at Mount Cuba Center, where he evaluates native plant species, old and new cultivars, and hybrids in the trial garden. Sam earned his degree in sustainable landscape horticulture from the University of Vermont, just like our last speaker, which is great. And his presentation today is Knockout Natives. Sam, please go ahead and take it away.
Sure. Thanks so much for having me. It's really an honor to be here. And hi, Annie. It's been a little while, but yeah, a lot of fond memories taking your class in sustainable landscape design back in the day. All right, so the presentation is Knockout Natives. Essentially, we have this presentation broken out into three major sections. The first of which is kind of an introduction to our trial program and essentially an introduction about Mount Cuba Center, who we are, and what our goals are as an organization. Included in this section is also a little bit of a preview on some ongoing trials. So if you were to come to Mount Cuba Center today, this is plant material you would see in the gardens. And I have a little bit of a preview of some of the top performing plants from our upcoming trial of Carex for the Mid-Atlantic region. Beyond that, we are going to get into a little bit more detail on our wild hydrangea trial results. We'll be talking about top performing plants from a horticultural perspective, as well as an ecological perspective, which is kind of a reoccurring theme throughout all of our evaluations. We're looking at plants from those two different viewpoints. And then finally, we're going to be going back into some previous trials and kind of looking at some more high-level results, both from ornamental perspectives and ecological perspectives, kind of promoting the best of those trials, specifically with our second evaluation on Echinacea. We actually did two evaluations in that genus, one in 2007 to 2009, and a second in 2018 to 2020. We'll be talking about a few of the best phlox from our phlox trial and a few of the best Monarda from the Monarda trial as well. So we'll jump into it. So Mount Cuba Center, if you haven't been, we are located in northern Delaware, and we are a relatively new public garden. We only recently opened our gates to public visitation in 2013. Before that, we were a private estate of the Copeland family. And Mrs. Copeland and the Copeland, Mr. and Mrs. Copeland were really kind of visionaries. And Mrs. Copeland specifically really had a vision for this property and what she wanted it to become in the future after it was no longer an estate. She really wanted Cuba Center to eventually become a place where people could come to be inspired by the beauty and value of native plants and hopefully become conservators themselves, or be inspired to become conservators. And that is, her intent has really kind of become our core mission, and it ties back to every single thing we do at Mount Cuba Center. We are a conservation-focused public garden. We work with native plants exclusively. And in the trial garden, we really do tie back to this mission in two very specific ways. The first of which, we are promoting, hopefully inspiring people with the beauty of native plants. So I interpret that as the ornamental value and the suitability of these native plants and cultivars for gardens in the Mid-Atlantic region. And then the value of native plants we interpret as the wildlife value of these plants, specifically how wildlife could utilize these plants if they were planted in a home landscape. So everything is tied back to that mission in both of those aspects of the trial garden data collection. So the trial garden evaluations, what do we do at Mount Cuba Center in our trial garden? We are evaluating native plants and their related cultivars, and sometimes these are referred to as nativars. Why we want to do this? We really want to inform the public and the nursery trade, and we want to be promoting native plants to perform well in this region. We want people to be successful when gardening with native plants and to be able to help people make informed decisions based on their various goals. If they want to have just beautiful native plants to include in their home landscape, that's great. If they are looking specifically and maybe only at ecological value, we have that data as well. And fortunately, a lot of the plants that we evaluate have a really great mix of both of those. How we do these trials, often they are generally genera based. So they're larger genera or genera where there's a lot of cultivars present, such as the Echinacea trial. We most often select plants from the eastern United States when we are doing these evaluations. And the trials are very low maintenance, especially after the first year. During the first season, and trials generally last 3 to 5 years, we are supplementally watering at dry periods. We try to do this sparingly, however. After that first year, we are generally hands-off with very, very few exceptions. When I was hired here, I was essentially told that my job was to be the worst gardener at Mount Cuba Center, and that's absolutely true. But we really want to see how these plants are performing with very minimal input so that we can be promoting plants that are going to do well in low maintenance landscape situations. So horticultural data collection, again, this is the beauty of native plants. On a weekly basis, generally through a window between May and September, although that window can shift slightly, especially if you have plants that are blooming earlier or before things earlier, specifically with Carex, or later in the season, like with our ongoing goldenrod trials and ironweed trials. Sometimes that window moves a little bit. Like currently, we are still collecting data on the ironweed and goldenrod trials.
Really hungry.
And this data is collected over 3 seasons to 5 seasons. Again, 3 seasons is the general model for herbaceous perennials, and 5 seasons or 5 years of evaluation is the general model for woody landscape plants, which we have only done for the first time with wild hydrangea, and the second trial on woody plants is in current, where we are evaluating oak leaf hydrangeas. So on a weekly basis during this window, we're taking measurements, we're observing these plants, and we're also assigning ratings on a scale of 1 to 5 on 3 different components of this plant, of each plant. The scale of that rating is on a 1 to 5. 1 is being the lowest score you can achieve, and 5 is the highest. We like to say, you know, when 1 and a 5 when you see them. A 1 is a very poor performing plant. A 5 is a really kind of impeccable plant. Not a lot going wrong with it. Good habit, beautiful flowers. All of those ornamental boxes are kind of being ticked. And 3 is average. So 3 is not necessarily a bad score, although the top performing plants that we promote at the end of the trials generally fall between that 4 and 5 range. So really excellent plants when grown in the Mid-Atlantic region. So we are rating these plants from 3 different categories. 1 is kind of the overall plant score, which is assigned every single week throughout that window. The second is the floral display. And again, this is just the ornamental value of those flowers. And that's assigned only when those flowers are blooming or when those plants are blooming. And then a third rating is assigned for disease resistance, and 5 would be the most resistant you could be, especially which is especially important when we're talking about things like phlox or Monarda, when we have higher disease presence of something like powdery mildew or rust or something like that. So we're paying particular attention with trials like that to diseases. Each year, we then write down our summaries, basically telling how those plants did over the entire season. And we are calculating yearly scores. At the end of the trial, whether that's a 3 or 5 year evaluation, each of those yearly scores for every single plant is averaged. And that's how we determine which of the plants are the top performing plants we are going to be promoting in our research reports, which look like this. These research reports you get hard copies at Mount Cuba Center. There are also PDF forms online. They are all free, ready to download. And in addition to our research reports, which again mostly just feature those top performing plants and maybe some honorable mentions, we have detailed descriptions on every single plant that's ever gone through our evaluations, whether it was good or bad, on our websites as well. So pollinator data collection, again, this is the value of native plants. And again, we are most often looking at the value of native plants as pollinator value. So are these plants providing nectar, pollen for insects when grown in the trial garden? And then in theory, would they be doing providing the same ecological services when you plant these plants in your home landscape? So the way we're collecting this pollinator data is through the pollinator watch team. And this is a dedicated crew of volunteer scientists who are observing and recording these pollinator visits in our various trials while those plants are in bloom. So far, we have observed pollinator interaction with the various trials of Monarda, phlox, Echinacea, Helenium, and wild hydrangea. And we are still collecting pollinator data right now on Solidago and Vernonia. Just a brief overview of what this pollinator data collection procedure kind of looks like. And this is kind of a basic template that is tweaked slightly for various trials, although it carries a lot of very similar themes through all of the trials we've observed so far through these methods. So in many cases, one plant or in sometimes a single inflorescence, if observing an entire plant is impractical, such as if you were observing an entire wild hydrangea plant, counting the number of pollinators on an entire plant would be nearly impossible. But that plant or inflorescence is observed for 60 seconds. And during that 60-second time period, generally that happens once a day while those plants are in bloom, and all target pollinators are counted. Sometimes we're looking at every single insect that's landing on that inflorescence or is already present on the inflorescence or plant. Sometimes we're looking at specific categories, and they're generally broader categories such as hummingbirds as a group, bees and wasps as another group, or butterflies specifically. And then we record all of those visits, again, on a daily basis when those plants are in bloom. That data is then analyzed in total at the end of the season. And generally with each trial, we have at least 2 years of pollinator observation in our 3 to 5 year evaluations. So far, our completed trials, and again, all of this information is available on our website. We have most recently completed our wild hydrangea evaluation, which wrapped up last year. Going back, we're going to be looking today specifically at some of the echinacea data, phlox data, and monarda data. Some of our ongoing trials, and we'll have a little bit of a preview from each of these, includes Carex, which is actually coming out later this next year, actually in January 2023. Ongoing trials also include Vernonia, Solidago, and Quercifolia, which was just planted this past spring. The Carex trial, I'm really, really excited about the Carex trial. I think this is a fabulous group of native plants, and they really deserve a spotlight. They do a lot in the garden, both from a horticultural perspective and from an ecological perspective. But we evaluated 70 different Carex species and cultivars, mostly species. I think we only had 6 cultivars in this evaluation. And we evaluated all 70 of these plants in both full sun, and shade. These evaluations took place from 2018 to 2021. This actually ended up being a 4-year trial, really because of the pandemic year. We weren't able to collect data in 2020. So data was collected in 2018, 2019, and 2021. There was an added benefit, though, to having that longer window. Generally, this would have been a 3-year model, but ended up being evaluated for 4. And we saw some interesting tendencies by year 4 that we may not have observed in year 3 that I'm excited to share about a few specific species. And in 2022, so just this past summer, we also evaluated the various species and cultivars' tolerance to frequent mowing. We mowed that each plant on a bi-weekly basis starting in May and ending in the end of August to basically test their tolerances and see which of these plants could be a suitable mowed lawn alternative. And there were a handful of Carex that looked really, really exceptional throughout the entire season. But this report is coming soon. Again, keep an eye out for it in January 2023. But I will feature a couple of top performers that will be prominently shown in our research reports. The first species that I really, really liked throughout the evaluation was Carex bromoides. This is a great medium-sized punk-forming species, very similar to Carex albicans in kind of size and form, although it tends to want to grow on the more wet end of the growing spectrum, although it was perfectly well adapted to growing in more average garden soils that we have in the trial garden. But we had it both in sun and shade, did exceptionally well in both, could be a great ground cover, could be a great accent. And it really reminds me, that kind of flowing foliage, that fine texture really reminds me of kind of a Sporobolus heterolepis look that you can grow in both sun and shade. So a really exceptional plant, should be more widely cultivated in gardens. Another plant we loved was Carex cherokeensis. Again, one of the best plants in the trial. I think this was tied for first in the top performers that we will feature in our research report. The common theme here was a top performer in sun and shade, and our top performer cutoff was a 4.2 or better in either sun or shade or both. And Carex cherokeensis was a top performer in both conditions. It's nearly evergreen, as close to evergreen as you get in our trials. And it could be used as a ground cover. And this plant is large enough and has enough visual impact that it could actually be used singly as a specimen in a landscape. This is a really exceptional species. Again, definitely worthy of wider cultivation. And then Carex woodii. This is the species I think that I'm most excited about from the trial. Carex pennsylvanica is a very similar species, and it's a very popular species in the nursery trade. Carex woodii does everything that Carex pennsylvanica did in the trial. It just did everything just a little bit better. Has a little bit more horticultural interest. ornamental interest, has beautiful flowers in late April and early May. The foliage, when it emerges in spring, or the new foliage, I should say, this is a semi-evergreen plant as well, kind of comes out as kind of a powdery bluish color, very attractive. It actually creates a more solid mat of foliage throughout the season, which is better at suppressing the niche than Carex pennsylvanica. Again, did beautifully in sun and shade, and this was tied for first place with Carex cherokeensis. This isn't as widely available as Carex pennsylvanica, although I hope that someday it will be, but this is a really, really exceptional plant. And actually was one of the best as far as the mowing trial is concerned. Vernonia or ironweeds. This is an ongoing evaluation, which includes 45 different a good mix of species and cultivars. Data collection began in 2021. And really the goals for this evaluation were looking for superior that inform of these plants, pollinator preference, and disease resistance, specifically in reference to rust. There's a very high incidence of rust in the trial garden. And as with any disease in the trial garden, disease levels are very saturated. There's a lot of plants that are in very close proximity. They're all susceptible to very similar diseases, or many of them are. And if a plant is resistant to its disease in the trial garden, you know it's going to be nearly bulletproof in a home landscape where it's not going to have those same disease pressures. And we are seeing a handful of ironweeds that are actually incredibly resistant in the trial garden. This report is scheduled for release in 2024. And while I don't have a lot of information on front-running plants, although we have identified a few, we have some interesting pollinator information that we've seen from the past 2 seasons so far of pollinator data collection. So far with the Vernonias, we've seen a really high number of visits from bees and skipper butterflies specifically. And one of these species of native bees that's of particular interest to us is Melissodes denticulatus. This is actually a Vernonia specialist bee that really does, the females are collecting this Vernonia pollen. You can see that white pollen on the hind legs of this female Melissodes bee in this image. And these bees are then feeding that pollen to their larvae. So this is a really interesting specialist bee that we are observing in a purely cultivated situation in the trial garden. And we have this unique opportunity, because we're growing these 45 different species and cultivars of ironweeds, to see if this Melissodes has a preference amongst those different plants. And in theory, we'd like to be able to tell people which plants are able, or which plants are preferred by these insects, and in theory, may be able to support them best. So a lot of that data will be shared in our research reports that are coming out in the next several years. Just a quick note on Melissodes denticulatus. This insect can be found in many places that ironweeds can be found as well. And we found that in general, this species was active when New York ironweeds were blooming in our trial gardens, which is very consistent to what they would be, the species that they would be exposed to in this area as well. But there are 2 different, the male and female Melissodes appear a little bit differently. The females you can recognize really quickly. They have those white pollen sacs on their hind legs after they've collected some of that Vernonia pollen. And again, they're bringing that pollen back to their larvae. And we mostly see females in the trial garden. They're a little bit slower moving. They're spending a lot more time in the flowers because they are collecting that pollen. But on the right side, we are also seeing males, but in a smaller percentage. The males are a little bit faster. They have an absence of those pollen sacs. They're not collecting pollen. They're mostly nectaring and looking for mates. But you can really recognize both of these insects. They're a little bit smaller than a honeybee. They tend to be black and white. And when you get a really good up close view of them, they have these kind of cobalt blue eyes. The females have relatively short antennae, while the males have long antennae. And most often, if you are growing ironweeds, or if you're in a population of wild growing ironweeds, you will be seeing these insects in kind of the August and early September period in the garden. So goldenrods, we have 70 different goldenrods and allies included in the evaluation. We included Euthymia, Brintonia, and Oligoneuron. We're looking for horticultural value and pollinator preference, very similar model to the ironweed trial. And this data we began collecting data in the same year, in the spring of 2021 with this evaluation. And this report is scheduled for release in spring of 2025. So Solidago pollinator data, we've seen a huge variety of insects visiting the goldenrods, really everything you can imagine. Relatively few butterflies overall, mostly the smaller species we're seeing on the goldenrods, and very, very sparing visits from the kind of the larger species, the swallowtails and monarchs, et cetera. One interesting group here is bumblebees. We're seeing a very interesting preference amongst bumblebees for various species of cultivars of goldenrods in the trial garden. It seems to be higher numbers, especially now. Bumblebees are really going to a lot of the goldenrods in the trial, where in midsummer there was very, very low numbers. So again, we're going to be able to use this data to promote goldenrods that may be able to support bumblebees best in home landscape conditions in the Mid-Atlantic region. Another trial that just started, and this is the first year of 5 years for this evaluation, is oak leaf hydrangeas. This is a really interesting evaluation because this is the first time we're actually evaluating a single species, and we're demonstrating all the genetic diversity that's present in cultivation. We have 24 different cultivars, and we have 2 species type plants. One of those is wild collected, known origin, which is going to act as our control, and another one is a commercially purchased straight species, Hydrangea quercifolia, that will act as another layer of comparison kind of between the cultivar and the straight species of known origin. We've included compact plants, medium-sized plants, all different flower types, which would be fascinating looking at the different pollinator interactions. We also have a full set in full sun and a nearly full set in shade as well to kind of test their tolerances and compare their performance in both of those conditions. In a few upcoming trials, we have just planted the Asclepias trial, which will begin next spring. We've also planted a very small trial on Physostegia or a plant. Next spring, we're going to be planting ferns, which will replace our Carex under our shade structure, and a small trial on Tiarella, which will be planted alongside the ferns. And then in 2024, coming up, we are going to be planting a large trial on Pycnanthemum, which I'm really excited about. We know mountain mints are great pollinator plants, and they're not very well represented. We're hoping to have nearly all species native to Eastern North America in this evaluation. So milkweeds for the Mid-Atlantic region, 25 species and cultivars. Really kind of the focus of this are Asclepias tuberosa and Asclepias incarnata, which have the most cultivars. And really the goal of this evaluation is to be able to tell people, homeowners specifically, which milkweeds can support monarch butterflies best in cultivation. So there's going to be a really huge ecological aspect of this trial. Only some of that data collection is going to be occurring in the trial garden, but we're going to be doing feeding trials of monarch caterpillars and looking at all different ways of how we can collect that data next year. So again, hopefully we can promote the best performing plants, specifically from an ecological perspective for homeowners so that they can support monarchs in their home landscape. All right, so we're going to jump into our wild hydrangea trial results. And this was our first foray into the world of woody plants. Again, a 5-year evaluation, which took place from 2017 to 2021. And anytime we are starting one of these trials, we really want to ask ourselves, what are we trying to answer here? Why are we conducting this trial? With wild hydrangea specifically, we wanted to evaluate old and new cultivars in the Mid-Atlantic region for horticultural appeal. We also wanted to test their sun tolerance. Wild hydrangea, Hydrangea arborescens, and allies, radiata and cinerea specifically, are well known to be a great shade plant, great for shadier landscapes, but we wanted to see how well they would perform if pushed into full sun in this region. And we also wanted to conduct a cutback study to see how these plants perform and respond to frequent spring cutbacks. Finally, we wanted to record pollinator preference between kind of these 2 bigger groups of wild hydrangeas, and I'll talk about those 2 groups in the next slide. Essentially flower forms between mop heads and lace cap flower forms, seeing if there is a preference and potential difference in value for pollinators in those 2 different floral groups. We evaluated 29 different wild hydrangeas and included those 3 species I mentioned earlier. So mop heads versus lace caps, and this is going to kind of be a common theme throughout the next several slides. But all of the hydrangeas in this evaluation kind of fall neatly within these 2 different floral categories between lace caps and mop heads. So lace caps are more typical of wild type plants, and you can see a picture of a lace cap inflorescence in the upper right hand of your screen. These have far more fertile flowers kind of in the center of that inflorescence, and there are some sterile flowers dotted around the perimeter. Those fertile flowers in the center are highly concentrated, highly accessible, and they're offering pollen and nectar to pollinators. In general, we were seeing an average of 800 to 900 fertile flowers per inflorescence. Some cultivars were producing up to 1,400, and one cultivar specifically was producing about 2,000 fertile flowers per inflorescence. That's a ton of value that's easily accessible and right there for pollinator use. And we saw a huge number of pollinators on the lace cap specifically. Mop heads, on the other hand, which are represented by the photo in the lower right-hand side of the screen. I think this is either Annabelle or Grandiflora. Mop heads are what we would call, quote, double flower form. Essentially what this is a floral mutation where many of the fertile flowers are actually replaced with sterile flowers. So the plants are showy to us, but there is a sacrifice in pollinator value there because there is a lower number of fertile flowers. Often there are some fertile flowers, but they're kind of in the interior of that inflorescence, and they're harder to access, particularly for certain categories of pollinators. A lot of these plants actually occurred in the wild. So Hydrangea arborescens Annabelle, Hydrangea arborescens grandiflora, originally introduced as hills of snow, were found in the Midwestern United States in the early 1900s and were introduced and have been in cultivation for a very long period of time. So a lot of these mutations are naturally occurring, but plant breeders have been able to capitalize on these natural mutations, breeding better plants that are a little bit more sturdy. Annabelle and Grandiflora have kind of a habit for flopping over in the late summer. And they're also starting to breed in more color to these plants. There are pinkish forms of lace cap hydrangeas that have been found out there. So breeding those pink lace caps together with those white mop heads have introduced pink into the mop head spectrum of plants that are out there and available. So again, this is a really interesting kind of dichotomy amongst the wild hydrangeas, and we're very interested to see if those expectations of pollinator value and visits would be kind of carried out in the pollinator watch results. Before we get into the pollinator data, I'm going to just give you a brief overview on our shade comparison. 19 of the 29 hydrangeas in the trial were also evaluated in 60% shade under our shade cloth, which you can be seen here. Many cultivars really did outperform their full sun counterparts, and this is really just from an ornamental perspective. Because plants grown in full sun, the bracts, or those sterile flowers after the fertile flowers were finished blooming, they often burned and just kind of lost their ornamental value relatively quickly after they were finished blooming. In generally mid-July was the cutoff. In shade, those sterile flowers were left intact and they often aged really beautifully, and they kind of allowed a prolonged interest for those plants grown in shade. But that doesn't mean that you can't grow hydrangea arborescens in full sun, but moisture is going to be a really important component to those plants. They don't want to dry out in full sun. Again, moisture is critical if you do want to push them outside of their comfort zone of kind of that partial sun and shade category. However, there were a few plants that outperformed their shade counterparts, and those were generally the pink flowering hydrangea arborescens, both the mop heads and lace cap cultivars. A few of them, Incredible Blush and Invincible Spirit 2, consistently did better. The foliage was darker green in the sun. They were better formed plants, larger flowers, more colorful flowers. So interestingly, and again, soil moisture is important. If you have those pink cultivars, they often do better in full sun than they did in shade. So wild hydrangea pollinator data, and this is just kind of a little recap and reminder of our pollinator data collection procedures, and this is going to be more specifically tailored to what we did with the wild hydrangeas. So in this case, again, we were selecting one randomly selected inflorescence during that bloom time, generally mid-June to mid-July, and that single inflorescence was observed for 60 seconds. Every single pollinator that was either on that inflorescence at the beginning of that 60 seconds or landed on that inflorescence during that 60-second time period was counted. Data was then analyzed at the end of each trial season. We collected pollinator data in 2019 and in 2021, and the total counts from both of those years were then averaged. These results are here. What I really wanted to call to your attention is the difference in colors of these various bars here. So the purple bars represent the lace cap hydrangeas, and the green bars represent the mop head hydrangeas. You can see here that the lace caps are overwhelmingly preferred by pollinators and are very likely providing the most value to pollinators as well. When you get down to the mop heads, you can see there are some that are offering more value or more visits than others. But often if you are gardening for wildlife specifically, a lace cap is the right decision to make. There are compromises again, and I'll be talking about one of them specifically, Invincible Spirit 2, which kind of offers a little bit of a compromise if you do want that kind of pink mop head look, but you also want to support some pollinators. They're not without value, they're just not, they're not providing as much value as the lace cap hydrangeas. And I do want you to pay attention to the bottom of this graphic here. There are 3 purple bars, so those cap hydrangeas that were very, very low, that attracted very, very low numbers of pollinators, and we'll be talking about those in the next slide. And right here, hopefully this video works. This is the type of pollinator activity that you can expect to see on lace cap hydrangeas in cultivation. A huge number of insects. The bumblebees are perhaps the most obvious, but on closer inspection, you're seeing a lot more activity here, a lot of smaller native bees, beetles, flies, really most everything. Again, with a very, very small number of butterflies overall. But this plant is just alive with movement. It's an experience to be near one of these when there's this much pollinator activity. It really becomes this incredible immersive audio and visual experience when you are seeing these plants in bloom. So here are the outliers. From left to right, we have Hydrangea arborescens, ribbon lace, emerald lace, and green dragon. And these 3 cultivars performed almost identically from a horticultural perspective and an ecological perspective. We actually think that they are the same plant that's been introduced to the trade 3 different times. So it's kind of convenient though for the outliers. It really just becomes the outlier. So really one plant of all of the different lace caps provided very, very low value for pollinators. And we're not exactly sure why that is, but there is definitely some difference in the quality or quantity of the value that's being offered to pollinators. It might be that the fertile flowers are open for a very short period of time. There may be some mutation where maybe there's very little value being offered at all. But this was a plant that was selected in the wild for its compact habit. It has these very interesting lacy leaves. Again, an interesting plant horticulturally speaking. If you want to have all the Hydrangea arborescens out there, you really just need one of these. You'll have all 3. But from a pollinator perspective, this is not a good option to select. Another option that's not great for pollinators, but again, horticulturally interesting, is Hydrangea arborescens hay starburst. This plant produced truly double inflorescences and had no observable fertile flowers. This also had the lowest number of pollinator visits in the entire evaluation. I think it averaged about 6 over the 2 years. Again, horticulturally interesting, but if you are gardening for pollinators, this is not a good option. It does flop in the late season, but it could be an interesting cut flower. And again, if you need to have every Hydrangea arborescens, this is one to add to the collection. Some other pollinator data that was collected by the University of Delaware and that was really kind of showcased not just the difference in numbers of pollinators that were going to these 2 distinct categories of inflorescence, the lace caps and mop heads, but also the different kinds of insects that were going to these 2 different groups. In the lace cap hydrangeas, we were seeing a very high number of larger bees, a lot of bumblebees specifically. And then mop heads, we saw that spectrum or that profile really shift. We saw these plants being utilized more by flies, by true bugs and beetles specifically. And it's kind of thought that it has a lot to do with the accessibility of these fertile flowers in the mop heads themselves, the fact that they're inside of those inflorescences and maybe harder for bees to access. So it's really interesting when we are selecting plants for this ornamental value, which is really why mop heads exist in cultivation. There's a lot more going on besides just the number of insects that are benefiting. We may also be affecting the types of insects that can utilize these plants and may benefit from these plants in your home landscape. So just a really interesting thing to take note of, and hopefully we'll be able to provide more data like this in the future with future trials. So a few of the top performing plants I want to call attention to today, and we're not going to get into all of them, but if you'd like to see all the top performers, please do check out the website where we have information on every plant that went through this wild hydrangea trial. The top performing plant, and this was my favorite plant in the evaluation, was Hydrangea arborescens Haas Halo. This was selected by Frederick Ray of Del Valle University, a fairly local selection from seedlings given to him by Joan Haas. It's a robust plant, oversized lace cap flower heads, which are extremely ornamental. They rival any mop head in the evaluation just from ornamental qualities alone. And it has the added benefit of being swarmed by pollinators when it's in bloom. When I saw this plant in bloom, not only was I impressed by its ornamental qualities, but by the number of insects it was attracting. And I ordered one the exact same day. And I'd like to think that this is exactly what Mrs. Copeland was kind of hoping for, is that you'd be inspired. I was inspired by the beauty and the value of this plant. And I immediately took action and added this to my home landscape where it's supporting insects in my home garden. This is a larger plant. It reaches about 7 feet tall, 8 to 9 feet wide. You can keep it at a more compact size by infrequently coppicing and cutting that plant back in the early spring, but it's not really necessary. Another plant that's very similar to Haas Halo is Mary Nell. Unfortunately, this cultivar is not as widely available as I think it should be. It does have kind of some of the differences between this cultivar and Haas Halo is it has this kind of characteristic double ring of sterile flowers around the perimeter of the inflorescence. Very showy, but it's not sacrificing pollinator value for ornamental value. It does like to be in a little bit more shade than Haas Halo, but if you can track this plant down, and there are some specialty nurseries out there that are picking up on this plant and may already be selling it, it's worth picking up. It's a great cultivar. Again, you're getting the best of both ornamental value and ecological value. The next couple of plants are really kind of focused on the ornamental value of these plants and offer some alternatives to kind of the horticultural mainstays, Annabelle and Grandiflora, which really had those Achilles heel with their tendency of flopping over, particularly in mid to late summer. Those stems really just can't support those large oversized flower heads in the long term. That trait was really corrected with Incrediball, which is a seedling of Annabelle. This was selected by proven winners. And it really does improve over Annabelle from an ornamental perspective in every way. This was the best pure white flowering mop head in the trial. There's another one out there that's quite good called Bounty. Offers a slightly different floral texture, but it's still giving you that large white mop head aesthetic that is really so beloved in landscapes throughout the Mid-Atlantic and into New England specifically. Another mop head that did quite well from an ornamental perspective was Incrediball Blush. This is one of the best pink cultivars in the trial, kind of right there with Invincible Spirit 2, which I'll talk about in the next slide. Has very sturdy stems, never flopped over, particularly when grown in full sun. This actually did the best in the trial in full sun when compared to shade. Inflorescences are large and attractive shade of pink. And it's kind of a smaller, more manageable plant. So this is a good option for small home landscapes and a great alternative to the species Hydrangea macrophylla, which can be pretty unreliable in producing blooms, especially in this area. With Hydrangea arborescens, you're going to get reliable blooms every year, even if you cut this plant back in early spring. So I think this plant is really worthy of cultivation, especially if you are replacing Hydrangea macrophylla in your home landscape. Another larger plant, so this is kind of in the same footprint as Mary Nell or Haas Halo, much larger cultivar than Blush, is Invincible Spirit 2. This is a sequel, if you will, and a marked improvement over Invincible Spirit. It improves over that predecessor with nicer pink flowers, a fuller habit, and it's just a more vigorous plant overall. And this was actually the most visited mop head by pollinators. So this is kind of a compromise if you really want that pink mop head, but you also want to support some pollinators in your home landscape. This is a good option, but just keep in mind it is not a comparable option to any of the lace cap hydrangeas out there, with the exceptions of those 3 cultivars, really that one cultivar I mentioned earlier. Next, we're going to talk about Echinacea, and again, more of a high level look at this trial. We're going to talk about some of the ecological value of some of these cultivars, which plants did best with pollinators, and some of the plants that were just overall some of the best in the trial. And again, this was the second time we evaluated Echinacea. The first evaluation was from 2007 to 2009. This evaluation took place from 2018 to 2020. Why do we want to trial Echinacea? We wanted to evaluate new cultivars in the Mid-Atlantic for horticultural appeal and reevaluate a selection of those previous top performers. We took some of the best plants from that 2007 to 2009 trial and wanted to see how they would do with plants that had been introduced since 2009. We also wanted to look at disease resistance, plant longevity, and we also wanted to record pollinator preference, with in particular looking at those 2 groups, bees and wasps and butterflies. We looked at 75 different accessions of Echinacea, and we included 5 different species. Very similar to the mophead and lace cap categories of the hydrangea trial, we were looking at kind of 2 different distinct groups of inflorescences within the Echinacea trial. And for the purposes of this trial, we will call these 2 groups single and double flowers. On the left-hand side, you can see this is Echinacea purpurea, and this is a more wild type flower where you have actually clusters of different individual flowers that are all offering pollen and nectar to pollinators. So we have these individual disc flowers here surrounded by those ray florets, which are more visually comparable to petals. And on the right-hand side of the screen, we have these double or pom-pom Echinacea, that really, in many cases, double flowers are replacing some reproductive part of that plant, which often means replacing some kind of value that was being offered to pollinators, whether that be pollen or nectar. So in theory, we expected to see a lower number of pollinators visiting these pom-pom or double echinacea when compared to these more wild type echinaceas. And that's exactly what we saw. It shook out in a very similar way to the wild hydrangea trial. All of the double or pom-pom type echinaceas were really clustered down on the right-hand side of this chart, which were represented by those kind of maroon bars. Very, very low pollinator numbers overall, much higher numbers, especially on that left-hand side of the screen with those wild type or single flowered echinacea. Here are the top 15 echinacea that attracted the highest number of pollinators, both bees and wasps and butterflies together. And you'll see that a lot of these plants kind of have something in common, and that is that they are very closely related to Echinacea purpurea. And in many cases, for the second most visited plant was Echinacea purpurea, the straight species. And then a lot of those plants like Ruby Star, Fragrant Angel, these are selections of Echinacea purpurea, which is something we're seeing again and again throughout our pollinator watch results, is that often when there is a selection, so minimal human interference with these plants, you're not changing these inflorescences in a really large and fundamental way. They're often retaining a lot of that value for pollinators. It's often when those plants are heavily manipulated, there's a lot of complex breeding going on with them, that we see a drop off in the numbers of insects that are visiting them, and very likely the quality and the value of the pollen and nectar that's offered to those insects. Interestingly, Echinacea purpurea Fragrant Angel was the most visited plant in the evaluation, and this was really due to one factor. Again, butterflies were a very, very small component to the visitors of the insect visitors of the Echinacea trial. Although they seem to always be present, they only made up about 2 to 3% of the total insects counted. On Echinacea purpurea Fragrant Angel, for some reason, that number was dramatically increased and actually made up about 14 to 15% of the total visitors reported on that cultivar specifically. So really interesting. We're not exactly sure why it had more butterflies and everything else, but that's the only reason that it was slightly ahead of the straight species Echinacea purpurea. Echinacea purpurea, again, if you're gardening for wildlife, this is a great place to start. This is a very adaptable species native to the central and eastern United States, very popular, widely available plant, and many of the top performing plants, both from an ecological perspective and a horticultural perspective, can trace their lineage directly to the species. Again, very tolerant of higher soil moisture, richer soils, and a little bit more shade than many of the other species in the evaluation. This is just a great plant, worthy of wider use in gardens. Echinacea purpurea picabella was the top performing plant in this entire evaluation, and it was also tied for first in our first trial of Echinacea. So this cultivar has really stood the test of time. It definitely deserves to be continued to be grown in gardens in the Mid-Atlantic region. Very uniform plants. You could walk through this evaluation without knowing much about Echinacea, and you would see the succession and know this was going to be on the top performer list. Retained a lot of that value for pollinators. We saw very high numbers with this cultivar as well. So this is a really great, well-rounded plant that's offering kind of the best of both worlds from ornamental value and ecological value. Sensation Pink was a beautiful plant bred by Marco van Noort in Netherlands. This is one of those echinaceas that the color is kind of, you almost have to see it to believe it. It's very, very vibrant. It almost glows in kind of this neon pink that is really set off by these beautiful dark stems. Those dark stems are likely inherited from a Echinacea tennesciensis parent. And this, interestingly, even though this was a hybrid, this was also ranked in the top 5 for cultivars for pollinator attraction. Echinacea Santa Fe is a proven winner's introduction. I think you can get this in the trade now as Echinacea Lakota Fire. This was the top rated red and orange cultivar on the trial. There are minor variations between individual plants since this is a seed grown cultivar, but it produced exceptional floral displays, and this was consistently one of our visitor favorites throughout the entire evaluation. Next, we have phlox. This evaluation took place from 2015 to 2017. We were looking for powdery mildew resistance. We wanted to showcase some newer cultivars and trial some underutilized phlox species that aren't very widely cultivated. We also wanted to record pollinator preference, and with this trial specifically, we were looking at butterfly visits. We included 94 accessions, which is one of the largest trials we've ever done that included 8 species as well. With the pollinator data with the phlox, there was one absolute runaway, and that was Phlox paniculata gina. This attracted by far the most butterflies of any phlox in the entire evaluation. We were really curious why that was, and we worked with a student from the University of Delaware to try to determine if there was a difference between Phlox paniculata gina, I think it's actually Jenna, and comparable species and cultivars in that trial. He was looking at nectar volume, sugar concentrations in that nectar, and found that it was extremely comparable to all of those other very close related Phlox paniculata in the evaluation. And we think essentially what Phlox paniculata gina or Jenna is offering is just a mechanical advantage to these butterflies. The inflorescences are tightly packed with more flowers or pips than usual. And those there are more flowers per area of those inflorescences as well. So these butterflies are able to feed very efficiently in a smaller space. And there are times when we see so many butterflies on these plants, especially tiger swallowtails, that these plants are almost completely covered up. It's one of those plants, if you plant it, you will get butterflies. And if I can only have one single Phlox paniculata cultivar to choose from, this is going to be the one. Not only was it great for butterflies, but it was a horticultural standout, sturdy upright stems, powdery mildew resistant, really just an all-around great garden plant. And this was a simple selection of Phlox paniculata that was found in Tennessee. Going on to our Monarda trial, which took place from 2014 to 2016, we were evaluating the Monarda in the evaluation for powdery mildew resistance. We wanted to trial some of the newer dwarf or compact cultivars that had come out and showcase some underutilized species. We also wanted to determine which species and cultivars were preferred by butterflies and moths as a category and hummingbirds as a separate category. We looked at 40 different Monarda and 6 species. And especially when we looked at the hummingbird data, there was another runaway here. And by far the most preferred plant by hummingbirds was Monarda diadema Jacob Klein. This plant wasn't quite in the top performer list. There were other more highly rated red flowering Monardas in the evaluation from an ornamental perspective. But if you are gardening for pollinators and you want to attract hummingbirds specifically, Jacob Klein is the plant to pick. They were consistently here. We still have it planted in the trial garden, and you can see hummingbirds on a very regular basis visiting this plant. They prefer longer floral tubes, red flowers specifically. In contrast with moths and butterflies, they tended to prefer shorter floral tubes, more numerous floral tubes, which are generally offered by the Monarda fistulosa species and cultivars. We saw much higher butterfly and moth numbers on those plants, and bees as well. The top rated plant for butterflies and moths, and from an ornamental perspective in the trial, was Monarda fistulosa Claire Grace. This is a great selection of Monarda fistulosa. If you can only pick one Monarda fistulosa, this is the one to pick. Sturdy stems, great powdery mildew resistance, darker purple flowers, and interesting darker stems. It's a really beautiful plant. Again, offering the best of both worlds. You're going to support wildlife in your home landscape, and you're going to have a great plant that's going to hold up well throughout the season. And again, Jacob Klein, not a top performer, but for me, I'm willing to forgive it a little bit of powdery mildew in my home landscape just because of the number of hummingbirds it's going to be attracting to my garden. So again, you can use these research reports based on your various goals in your home landscape. For me, I'm looking at mostly the pollinator data when I'm making my purchasing decisions, but often the plants that are performing well in the garden are also supporting some type of pollinators. So you can get those great compromise plants where you're getting a great garden plant that's also going to support wildlife in your home landscape. And thank you all very much. I believe we have some time for questions. Happy to stick around and answer those.
It looks like there's one question in the chat. Where any of the Echinacea more resistant to aster yellows were?
So that was a very difficult disease to determine resistance. I'm not sure that there are any naturally resistant cultivars or species. There's some thought that some of the species that produce some pubescence on their foliage, such as Echinacea tennesciensis, pallida, and gustifolia, may provide some kind of buffer against leafhoppers, which are spreading aster yellows. But I'm not entirely sure that there was a single plant that didn't have some kind of aster yellows infection. I think plants that are healthy already may be able to stave off the worst effects of the diseases, but it does seem to be fairly non-selected in the Echinacea trial. And when those symptoms were observed, which are very clear in echinacea specifically, those plants were promptly removed.
Thank you so much. Another question is, can you talk briefly about seed-grown cultivars? How common are these?
They're out there. I would say they're not as common as cultivars that are produced clonally, but there is that kind of misconception that all cultivars are produced the exact same way. They're all clonally reproduced, whether that is from cuttings or through tissue culture. But there are seed-produced cultivars out there. Cheyenne Spirit, Echinacea is one of them, Santa Fe is another, and there are several more in the trials. So there are examples out there, but I would say that they are in the minority of the cultivars out there. Most are produced clonally, but there are a handful that are also produced by seed. So you will get some genetic variation through those seed-produced cultivars.
So you were talking about identifying pollinator counts on bees. Did you get down to species?
No, we did not. Generally, our pollinator watch is kind of general categories. And the reason for that is that it's repeatable. We can train a lot of people to collect that data relatively quickly. And there are trials where we're very interested at the species level, where we are going to be doing a lot more work in identifying specific pollinators, determining if cultivars are again, supporting different profiles of insects, similar to what the University of Delaware was looking at with the hydrangea trial. Measuring the ecological value of the various species of cultivars in the trial garden is something I think you're going to see happen a lot more, and we're going to be looking at different methods to collect more detailed and more relevant data in the future. But in general, most of the pollinator watch that we've done so far has been at broader levels of identification.
So you were looking at disease resistance, but did you also look at herbivory and specifically rabbits?
Yes, so there's a lot of interest in that. It's with mammalian herbivory overall, both rabbits and deer. We have very, very high deer populations in this area specifically. So deer resistance is particularly relevant to gardens in our area. We haven't collected a lot of data on that yet. For the first time, we have actually shared a nearly full set of goldenrod trial with Temple University. They are doing herbivory studies. They're looking at rabbits, deer, et cetera, and seeing that there is some selective herbivory between the various species and cultivars in the Solidago trial. So we will have some information on that with that evaluation specifically. We are somewhat protected within the trial garden at Mount Cuba Center, where most of our evaluation is taking place. And we have a large deer fence around the core property in which the trial garden is situated. And we also have a smaller fence that's designed to keep out rabbits, groundhogs, et cetera. Although sometimes we do get rabbits that find their way in. And in several cases, we have noted, especially with the goldenrods and with the Vernonia trials, there are specific plants in there that get hit continually in preference and that are preferred over all the other species. And it really is just a handful of plants. So we will have some information there, just not as comprehensive as I think we would like, but we would like to have more of that data to share in the future. Thanks so much for having me.
So our next speaker this morning is Pavel Kalashinsky, who specializes in ecological horticulture at Brooklyn Bridge Park with a keen interest in entomology and native plant communities. He's currently pursuing a master's degree in biology at is it CUNY? Yeah, CUNY College of Staten Island. And he's here this morning to speak with us about fostering pollinator populations, new ideas, and other ecological perspectives. Please help me welcome Pavel.
So my name is Pavel Kalushinsky. I know it's before lunch, so if you want to just nod off, get bored, I won't get offended. But yeah, the title of my presentation is Fostering Pollinator Populations, New Ideas and Other Ecological Perspectives. So what I aim to cover in this presentation, or my goal, I've been to a lot of these talks myself. I've been in the field a long time. So maybe I just wanted to highlight some of the lesser known or talked about pollinators, such as specialist bees, flies, moths, and beetles. Maybe give some advice or food for thought on how to encourage these insects to thrive on our landscapes. And, in the general theme of, are we getting it right? Some newer research on pollinators and our urban parks and gardens. If the hard work we're putting in is really paying off. And just a side note, a lot of the pictures in this presentation are of my own, of insects. It's one of my many hobbies. So just a little about me. I have a lifelong passion for nature, as you can see in that picture when I was with some Amanita muscaria at a young age. I have a strong interest in biodiversity and nature conservation, which actually led me into horticulture. In the early days of the internet, one of the first plants I ordered was a Lonicera sempervirens to attract hummingbirds, the trumpet honeysuckle, and it was a success. So it stemmed from there. And after I got a bachelor's in biology at the College of Staten Island, I was heading into marine biology. That was always a passion of mine, but I didn't like lab work. It was, I think, a little too stifling. I like being outside. So after college, I got a job in forest restoration and invasive species removal for the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation, which was a great opportunity. And after that, I did a brief stint in Randall's Island Park, another city park. And now I'm at Brooklyn Bridge Park. And I've been there around 4 years, going on 5. And I am pursuing my master's in ecology and biology. So a little about our park. It's an 85-acre park on the Brooklyn side of the East River in New York City. It stretches around 1.3 miles, you see on the map. So it straddles the waterfront, it's pretty narrow. It's designed by a landscape architecture firm, Michael von Valkenburg and Associates, and it's overseen by the Brooklyn Bridge Park Corporation, which I'm a part of, and we're a nonprofit. And our goal is to create and maintain a world-class park, is recreational, environmental, and also a cultural destination enjoyed by the residents of and visitors to New York City. We do get a lot of tourists. And one of our key features is that we extensively use native plants, and we like to practice what we call ecological horticulture. So we're not only practicing horticulture or gardening for the benefit of the public, people, humans, but also biodiversity, such as fostering pollinator populations. So just a brief history. This was what the park was a little more than 10 years ago, just unused concrete piers. They were shipping piers, they're disused for many years. I grew up seeing this landscape, but all of a sudden, it started getting green. So we use native plants, and now we have a variety of unique ecosystems in the park. So in the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see salt marsh, and you could just wander a few steps down from highly urbanized downtown Brooklyn into the scene, quite a bucolic scene that you see on the right. That's the Pier 1 wetlands where I work, that's my zone. And I think the park's a good example of what is known as reconciliation ecology. So it's the branch of ecology which studies ways to encourage biodiversity in human-dominated ecosystems. And New York City is definitely a human-dominated ecosystem. So just a reminder before I get started, I think this goes without saying, but nowadays it seems that less people practice this, but question everything, don't take things at face value. I'm personally not a scientist. I'm just a passionate individual with a lot of hands-on and anecdotal experience in the subject. I do have scientific backgrounds, but I'm not rigorously testing these hypotheses, even though I would want to. So do your own research. Everything's up for debate. Use multiple sources, including peer-reviewed journal articles, scientific articles, which you could get on sites like Google Scholar. Unfortunately, they're kind of hard because they're paywalls, but there are ways to get around this. You didn't hear from me, but there are websites like this one. You just type in the article in the search bar, and you could get any scientific information, because access to information is a human right, like it says right there. But you didn't hear from me. So just getting into it, what is a pollinator? Right, just a refresher. It's just an animal that moves pollen from a male anther to female stigma of the flower, which produces seeds, right, and facilitates sexual reproduction. And some examples we know, well-known ones, right? Bees, butterflies. There could also be moths, flies, beetles, birds, bats. I was even reading a book recently. There might be fish pollinators. I guess humans could count as sort of a pollinator as well. And so why should we care, right? So we know they provide valuable ecosystem services, which both have enormous ecological and economic benefits. Obviously, most of our crops come to fruition because of the help of pollinators. And we know that pollinators such as bees have been experiencing global population declines and insects in general. So first and foremost, I think this is just common knowledge, so I won't go that much into it. But pesticides are a leading cause of the decline of pollinators. And I think if you're doing an aesthetic park or a garden, there's no need to use them to sacrifice biodiversity. We don't use them at Brooklyn Bridge Park, and we're getting along fine. Maybe agriculture, there could be some leeway, but in a garden where you're cultivating aesthetics, I don't think we should be killing insects just for the sake of a perfect specimen, right? So habitat destruction is also a leading decline of biodiversity in general. So conservation of wild spaces should be just our top priority. I showed you in Brooklyn Bridge Park, we can sort of recreate nature, but it's so intricate that we'll never be able to recreate it fully. So that should be our main priority in general. And I think our aim should be to protect any declining insect populations, not just the ones considered like useful for us, like pollinators. I feel like pollinators have become sort of like a corporate buzzword, like no pun intended, but it leads to a lot of greenwashing. So I personally think that all biodiversity should preserve because everything is special and unique and it deserves to live just as we are. So insects are the cornerstones of many ecosystems, and their populations are rapidly declining, which is very worrisome. So just try to protect everything you can. So I'm just going to briefly mention honeybees. I think many of you maybe know this, but when the majority of the public think of pollinators, they think of honeybees. As you see in this article, like Obama announced, it caused quite a stir, but he announces a plan to save honeybees. But to be honest, honeybees aren't even native to North America, and they are domestic animals. So I've heard it being compared to like saving honeybees to protect pollinator populations is like analogous to saving chickens to protect wild bird populations, right? And I do love honey, and honeybees are important too, but we should just like gauge what our priorities are. And actually, like if you see in the study on the right-hand side, the presence of honeybees can decrease the presence of native bees, right? So as you see, the Xerces Society. So you can read up on that. That's definitely an issue. So what should we prioritize? So I think these guys, right, and many other people. So these are all our native bees. And I took these pictures around New York City. So you see there's an incredible diversity in form and function. And according to the US Geological Survey, there are around 20,000 known bee species in the world, with 4,000 native to the United States. So like around a quarter, so it's a lot. I think in the East, we have around 700 species. So I want to kind of go into more specialist bees. I think they're fascinating. So they're called scientifically oligolectic bees, and oligolecty is a term that's used to refer to bees that exhibit a narrow, specialized preference for pollen sources, typically to a single family or genus of flowering plants. You saw this in the Mount Cuba presentation before with the Vernonia specialist. So these bees' survival is highly dependent on the presence of their host plants, right? Without these plants, these bees can survive because basically the female or the mom bee collects the pollen from specific plants to provision their young. So without these plants, there are no specialist bees. And roughly 25% of the 770 species of bees native to the Eastern US are pollen specialists. So that's quite a big number. And as everything, numbers are declining through habitat degradation and decreases in floral biodiversity. We're losing a lot of our native plants and flowers because of development, invasive species, and in turn, we're losing these bees. So I think just a general strategy or a good strategy is to plant the host plants of these specialist bees. And not only will it directly benefit these specialist bees, but also other pollinators and insects as well. My first example you see on the screen, on the left-hand side, this incredibly adorable spring beauty miner bee. They have like a really big head, but their host plant are Claytonia spring beauties. Really gorgeous spring ephemeral, one of the first things to bloom. Very nice to use horticulturally, right? So one spring I staked out a local Claytonia patch in the hopes of seeing the spring beauty miner, which is on the left-hand side. But not only did I find that, but you see a whole network of other bee species using Claytonia, right? So, if you're a horticulturalist, plant Claytonia, because you'll not only be helping this very specialized bee, but other pollinators as well. And Claytonia is very useful horticulturally and for biodiversity because it is beautiful. It is very early nectar source for pollinators. It's a very early bloomer. So that's another term. That's another strategy. You want to extend floral resources throughout the season. So another example, this is one of my favorites, Hibiscus turbi. Its hosts are hibiscus, more specifically Hibiscus moschutos, one of my absolute favorite plants in general and horticulturally. It's gorgeous, very hardy, native to the eastern United States. So say you have a garden, you want to help out this species, you plant it. You're not only helping out that species, but a whole network of not only bees, there's two generalists there, brown-belted bumblebee and the longhorn bee and many others, but you're also helping out a wide variety of insects as well. And all the pictures you see that are not bees, and I've denoted them with the asterisks, you probably can't see it from that far, but they're hibiscus specialists as well. So just planting this one species, you create a whole network of biodiversity. So it's really remarkable, and it extends further. So it attracts like the hibiscus moth, which you see up top. And those caterpillars, for example, feed baby birds. So it extends further than that. And just to show you how well this works, about 2 years ago, I was walking in my zone and I found this species and I got very excited. It's a blueberry digger bee. So it's an oligoelectric bee. It specializes in blueberries, and I found it on high bush, Vaccinium corymbosum. I showed you what Brooklyn Bridge Park looked like before, right? It was just concrete. We planted it up. We planted high bush blueberries because it's a useful horticultural plant. And we ended up attracting this specialist bee where there was nothing before. And I was doubly surprised because I never thought I would see this species, because I usually find it in more high quality habitat because blueberries have very specific growing requirements. So that was very exciting. This is another cool example. This is the pickerel short-faced bee, and its host plant is pickerel weed, a very useful horticultural plant as well. And this was very exciting. This was in Prospect Park, which is not far from Brooklyn Bridge Park, but another highly urbanized park. So pickerel weed is attracting these bees. And if you see in the right-hand corner on the bottom, John Asher commented, because this was through iNaturalist, a great site. I highly recommend it. But he looked for this bee. Oh, and so if you don't know who John Asher is, he's like one of the foremost experts in bees. But he commented that he looked for this bee in the late 2000s and early 2010s. He couldn't find it. It disappeared randomly. You see on the map, it's not that common in Brooklyn 2 years ago. So it's quite remarkable. And you just wonder how these little minute things get there. But that was great news. And this is just a website on specialist bees. It's run by Jared Fowler. He's a great guy, amazing. He's one of the experts on specialist bees in the United States, along with pictures by Sam Droege. And he has a whole list of all these specialist bees and their floral resources, how common they are, et cetera. So I encourage you to check it out. So strategy, and I think this is well known by now, but leave up your old perennial stalks over winter. So I think the fashion was before, as soon as the growing season was over, just cut everything back. We now know that's sacrificing a lot of ecological value because they provide crucial habitat for stem nesting bees and other insects. The seed heads contain crucial food reserves for overwintering songbirds because the seed heads kind of, rise above the snow. They add winter interest, or what my friend liked to call winterest, right? The seed heads are really beautiful. And then during spring, just cut down the stalks maybe to at least around 12 inches. And you see in that picture, it's perfect stem nesting bee habitat. And I try to leave the cutback material in the field as sort of a mulch. I kind of try to cut it back in fine pieces because the pieces may have overwintering insect larvae. And just to show you how well this works, so during the winter, during our horticultural downtime, I kind of open up these stems to see what's going on inside. And I opened up this hibiscus Mishuto stem, they're thick, and I found these nondescript grubs. It's very hard to identify them from that stage. So I took them back to our lab, I raised them, and what I got are these little wasps, Ectemnias passimiculatus. And through a help of an expert on iNaturalist, it turns out to be the hibiscus specialist wasp, right? So it wouldn't exist without hibiscus. And you see on the map, that's the range map through iNaturalist. It's not that common. And, we're finding it in Brooklyn Bridge Park, highly urban space, right? Not in the wild. So it's kind of exciting. So I encourage you to do these kind of things. This is another idea. So a lot of bees are ground nesters, and on the left, you see that's actually a hibiscus bee, and it's poking its cute little head out. They make little burrows. So these bare, sandy stretches of land are invaluable habitat for many bees. One of my ideas and what we talked about in Brooklyn Bridge Park is just to dump a bunch of sand and see what comes and nests there. We have limited real estate, so I don't know how close that will come to fruition, but maybe someone has more real estate and can try this method. The blueberry bee is also that I showed is also nests in this kind of habitat. So moving on from specialist bees are flies, and they're sort of misunderstood pollinators, right? So we normally think of, people normally think of flies as bringers of pestilence, disease, and that is true in some cases, but it is a highly diverse insect order. There's around 1 million species, and a lot of them are important pollinators. So one of the families are the syrphid flies, also known as flower flies. I think that's a nice way to brand them. I like the alliteration, but they're important pollinators, and they're the ones that most often mimic bees. They have yellow and black stripes. And they also they look more like bees than bees itself sometimes. But what's important about flies is that they act as early season or even late season pollinators because they have the ability to be active at lower temperatures than many other insects such as bees. So you see on the right-hand side is a bee pollinating the flowers of a salix or willow, which is an extremely early bloomer. And you also see one in the top left-hand corner on a bloodroot, Sanguinaria canadensis, which is also another early blooming flower. Right, and just to underscore how important flies are as pollinators, some plants are solely pollinated by flies. Some beetles actually pollinate as well. But without flies, we wouldn't have delicious pawpaws, one of my favorite native fruits. The flowers, as you could see, have this unappealing kind of flesh color, and they smell kind of rancid. But that, many plants use these techniques to attract fly pollinators throughout many families, but that's how they attract these carrion flies to pollinate it, and we get the fruits. And I just thought this was interesting. Some pawpaw growers actually go to the efforts of hanging up dead meat or carrion in their orchards to attract these carrion flies in order to get more pawpaws. So flower flies are also, I would say they're the best bang for your buck. They're a pollinator and pest control. So they are truly a gardener's best friend. Not only are they pollinating, but their larvae are these kind of voracious little maggots, and they patrol your plants or flowers, and they are voracious predators, as you can see from the picture I took on the right of aphids, which are one of my personal main horticultural enemies. So they're really good to attract, very underrated in my opinion. So what I believe aren't gardeners or a pollinator's best friend are invasive mantises. There's a common belief that, oh, we should be attracting mantises because they help gardeners. But to be honest, most of the species are native to the United States and they're mega predators. So they are eating, like you see in the pictures, flower flies, which you just discussed are very important. Bees, monarch butterflies in the park. You'll find whole piles of wings from when mantises just kind of perch on flowers and wait for pollinators. So I don't think they're doing a whole lot of good for pollinator populations. So I personally just take my pruners and chop their heads off. I know that's horrifying. I don't relish it, but I think these things are more important, right? The monarch butterfly was just recently classified as endangered. But for those who are not willing to go to those kind of hardcore measures, less hardcore one, although it could be counted as infanticide, I don't know. But you could destroy their egg cases or Utica. Like if you're doing spring cutback, you could collect them, destroy them. It's not as horrifying. The thing is, though, there is one native species, which you see pictured here, Carolina mantis, Stagmomantis carolina. It's not native to this area. It's more like south, like Jersey, southern New York. But I made this guide. It's available on our website if you do want to go with this method. Here, I would just destroy all mantises possible. They're not native to Massachusetts, for example. That's just me, though. So moving on to moths, right? They're like the night shift pollinators. Butterflies, I'm obsessed with butterflies. They're beautiful, but they get all like the attention, right? But actually, there is no true taxonomic difference between moths and butterflies. But if you do go through certain characteristics, butterflies and skippers, which are small little butterflies, make up to 6 to 11% of the Lepidoptera order, while moths make up up to 95%. And so they are the biomass of the Lepidoptera world, and as such, they're providing valuable pollination services. Most people don't see it. If you're like me, one of my hobbies, like any normal person, I wake up in the middle of the night and I creep around my garden to look what's coming to the flowers. And you see all these pictures. A lot of moths are coming, pollinating Asclepias, Solidago, Lindera. So they're out there. It's just they're on a different timeline. And they provide other ecosystem services. So like so Doug Tallamy, he's a well-known researcher, found that one breeding pair of chickadees must find 6,000 to 9,000 caterpillars to raise their young, right? So if you're attracting these, you're feeding baby birds, which I think we could all agree are very cute and useful as well. So what can we help? How can we help moths? Obviously planting their host plants, native plants, etc. Not spraying pesticides. But actually, a big cause to their population decline is light pollution, right? They are nocturnal organisms, and at the bottom left-hand side, there's a study that was done in 2021, so very recent. It's from the UK, but it shows that streetlights in southern England can reduce the abundance of moth caterpillars up to 1/3 to almost half than compared to unlit roadside habitat, right? So light pollution is really affecting these nocturnal creatures. Not only them, fireflies are declining because of it as well. And I think we all love fireflies. So what are some solutions? The best case scenario is just to turn off outdoor lighting when it's not in use, right? But some cases this isn't practical due to like safety concerns, like in Brooklyn Bridge Park and Winwork, you get a lot of questionable characters at night. But according to a study by the Xerxes Society, LEDs with a warm color temperature should be favored because they attract the fewest insects, and they also contribute release to light pollution. So if you can, maybe switch up your lighting regimes. So moving on from moths are beetles. And they also surprisingly provide valuable pollination services. And they're also stunningly gorgeous. They come in a lot of shapes and sizes and colors. But some like the soldier beetles, which you have pictured there, and some lady beetles, also not only are visiting flowers and pollinating, but they also prey on pest species such as aphids, just like the flower flies. So they're super important. And I just included this species because it's relevant to Massachusetts. I kind of feel like I'm a rock star pandering to the crowd, but it is important. This is the eastern elderberry borer, and its sole host plant is Sambucus canadensis, elderberry, another great plant. And adults are frequently found on flowers, especially Sambucus flowers, and they feed on pollen. So they're providing pollination services. But it was actually considered to be an imperiled species in Massachusetts in the past. But some recent surveys kind of delisted it, but they still might be vulnerable. So, you know, going with what I was saying, if you want to protect this population of gorgeous insects, plant Sambucus, right? It's that simple in your Massachusetts gardens. And that picture was taken by my friend Maya. Her Instagram's there, like she takes fantastic photos of northeastern flora and fauna. If you're into that, follow her. So I found this advertisement, right? Like organic beetle and grub control. We want to use organic methods. This is a Bacillus thuringiensis, right? Which is a bacteria, and different strains target different families of insects. This one's for beetles, right? So if you see, I highlighted on the bottom, it's effective against a wide host of scarab beetles, right? Borers, things that we were just talking about are beneficial. And it's safe for pollinators, but these are pollinators. So maybe it's not that beneficial to use. You know, it just depends where our motives are. So I just like for people to kind of don't jump into things, question things, look into things. All right, so I'm going to go into planting for pollinators. We saw two great presentations, more or less, which kind of went over this. So I'll skip through it if I can. But I created, or I was brainstorming kind of a planting hierarchy for pollinators. So, you know, at the top, right, to protect populations, like I said, plant host plants for specialists. In turn, you'll attract not only the specialists, but other generalists. And you could plant native hosts for generalists. And some plants really give you a lot of bang for your buck, like Lepidoptera, butterflies, and moths. They tend to, or the most beneficial for them are, for example, I think salix or willows and oaks. So you could plant those to attract a lot of them. And then, you know, at the top, I generally go with native plants. I always encourage that, just foster biodiversity. And at the bottom, I kind of mentioned ornamental, non-native ornamental plants, which is fine, right? I know we have all our favorite non-native ornamental plants, myself included. Just make sure they're not invasive. Invasive plants cause serious ecological damage. I have first-hand experience in that. You know, my cousin just bought a house in Connecticut, and she proudly told me she planted wisteria, and I was horrified. You know, I love wisteria, but I see the damage it causes when it escapes into the wild. And you know, based on the right-hand side, you have native plant selection. So you should also plant plants based on their occurrence, how local they are, right? Because native plant is kind of hard to determine what exactly is native plant. Like people in the East were saying, oh, plant echinacea, but if you look, it's actually more of a Midwestern species, you know, native to prairies. So I just go by first county, you know, then state, then geographic region like Northeast. There are also ecoregions, then continent, and then non-native. But when in doubt, what I do is, you know, like Dr. Annie White said, like, it's a pleasure to just go out in wild places and see what's going on and just try to replicate that in our parks and gardens. So this is a great website to look at plant records, what's truly native. It's bonap.org. It's a treasure trove of information. But for plant records, you want to check multiple sites. because sometimes they miss certain records and whatnot. So great site. So I just included this. This I think is a good example of an ornamental garden because it includes pollinator resources. So this is what's known in New York City as a green street. There are these little islands in the medians of streets, very challenging conditions. You know, the Parks Department takes care of these things, but in my opinion, this one's doing its job. It looks beautiful, right? So you do have non-native plants like the daylilies. You also have like Nepeta, you know, they look nice, you know, the public likes that. They're also tough. Like the crews aren't around full time to take care of this, but it's doing its thing. What I really applaud is that they selected to include Asclepias syriaca, a huge, beautiful patch. You know, it looks nice. It definitely smells nice, right, when it's blooming, but it also is a valuable insect resource, you know, attracts specialists and generalists. And I just stopped by and looked, just had a cursory glance, and you see it's attracting a wide variety of insects. So you see like a megachile bee on the Asclepias syriaca flower. The Nepeta is attracting like more generalists like bumblebees, and you're also attracting like beetles like the specialist milkweed beetle. So it's doing its job. So like a question is, like, are non-native pollinator friendly plants equally valuable for native, non-native or native equally valuable for native wild bee communities? And, you know, the consensus is, and if you look at studies that, you know, they do have some benefit, but if you see on the study on the bottom, I've highlighted, you probably can't read it from that distance, but native plants hosted more specialized plant bee vegetation networks than non-native plants. And the findings suggest that non-native plants can benefit native pollinators, but they may alter foraging patterns, bee community assemblages, and bee plant network structures, right? So just on that, just to err on the side of caution, try to plant native is the bottom line. And you see here is like the whole nativar versus stray species debate, and we've already talked about that. You know, some nativars kind of look like monstrosities, like the Gaillardia up top. You know, a pollinator doesn't want to visit that. And we've talked about that. But interesting kind of just like piece of information. You see the lobelia on the bottom. There's a dark foliage form, and then the straight species. According to some research, like dark foliage is less conducive for you know, larval growth. So butterflies and moths do not prefer that because there's less chlorophyll. So always try to just go with straight species natives is the bottom line. And actually, we just saw a whole presentation on this. You know, if you want to plant for pollinators, just visit Mount Cuba's site. They do amazing stuff. It's a great place. I visited the trial garden. I kind of geeked out. I filled out a form for the Carix trial. It was very fun. Oh, so yeah, just buyer beware though. If you're sourcing native plants, you know, even if you get stray species, you've done your research. Not all plants sold as pollinator plants at commercial nurseries are safe for pollinators, right? So just another example of corporate greenwashing. You know, like you'll go to Home Depot, they'll just stick pollinator friendly on any plant, like a label. But, and I've done this, you turn it around and you see they use pesticides, right? So the Xerces Society just posted a study, and it reports that milkweeds purchased from retail nurseries across 15 states considered an average of 12 pesticides per plant. You know, so you're doing more harm than good. And these residues can remain in your soil for a number of years. And I have firsthand experience with this. In the right-hand corner is the American lady butterfly. I raised a lot of species in the park, just see their life cycle. I was feeding them Antonaria or pussy toes as their host plant. And we got a shipment from a pretty reputable nursery. And I won't name this nursery, but the shipment included Antonaria. So I was feeling lazy. I went out to get a few Antonaria clippings. I fed them to my caterpillars. The next day, they were all gone, right? They all died. So I'm like, what happened? You know, I thought it was my fault, but I'm like, oh, the thing I changed was what I fed them. And when we pressed the nurseries, they finally admitted that they do use pesticides, and they kind of have to because they're shipping interstate, right? So the moral of the story is to like shop more local and just to inquire about the transparency about these things. So options, obviously, I just talked about source plants from nurseries that full transparency, more local is better. Share plants and cuttings with other institutions. One of my favorite methods is just growing locally collected seeds, right? So there are many benefits. There's little to no risk of disease or pest transport. You can protect local ecotypes and imperil genetic populations of plants. Pollinators might be more adapted or prefer more local plants because of bloom times. And this is just an interesting little side note. Plants will be more adapted to local conditions and stressors due to epigenetics. And if you don't know, epigenetics is a relatively new and exciting field of how behaviors and environment can cause the ways that genes work. So contrary to previous belief, genes are more plastic, more moldable than we originally thought, right? They're subject to change just on local environmental stressors. So say you have a garden, you're growing a plant, it's doing really well, right? You see in the diagram, it's experiencing local stressors. Because of those stressors, the plant will adapt, and its progeny or its seeds will provide will create progeny that are more resistant to these local stressors, right? And as a horticulturalist, like I want stress-free plants, ones that do well without intervention. So if you want locally adapted plants, grow locally adapted seeds. So I will finish this presentation, we'll check the time, with pollinators and the city. I call them kind of urban refuges in the concrete jungle, right? There are exciting new pieces of evidence that we're doing a good job with our parks and gardens in the city. So according to this study and just common public perception, there's an inherited historical view by the general public that urban environments are basically biological deserts, right? And it kind of makes sense because we see development, right, destroying natural habitats, and urbanization is responsible for high extinction rates, loss of native species, and transformation of landscapes. But new research has shown that cities can become refuge for pollinators with a little bit of extra work. It's kind of counterintuitive, but surrounding rural areas are becoming increasingly unsuitable due to monoculture agriculture because it provides less floral forage over shorter periods of time. And they also use many different efficient pesticides, herbicides, what have you. So this was an interesting study, and it's about lower bumblebee colony reproductive success in agricultural compared with urban environments. So these scientists reared colonies from wild bumblebee queens and placed them at sites in varying degrees of urbanization from inner city to rural farmland. And then they monitored the production of sexual offspring across the entire colony cycle. So if you see on the graph at the top, the agricultural reproductive success is way lower than village, and city was the highest. So it's kind of surprising, right? Another graph shows the same thing. So, common perception, oh, you go out in the countryside, it's so natural, everything's there. But this study shows otherwise. Bumblebees were actually doing better in cities than in rural countryside. And this is more like anecdotal experience and during my career in horticulture. But this is the yellow bumblebee or golden northern bumblebee. It's a beautiful species. Its scientific name is Bombus fervidus. So in New York State, it was considered S1, so critically imperiled. But if you go to Brooklyn Bridge Park, they're everywhere. And if you go to INAT, which this map is from, you see the clusters are from cities right up here, Boston, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and that could be and probably is because there are more observers in these more populated areas, but it does give food for thought, right? We still have healthy populations of these supposedly imperiled insects in our urban centers. And I think because of the Empire State Native Pollinator Survey, it's a New York citizen science project, they are considering delisting the species, which is very good news. There's also what's observed as a spillover effect. So this study found that not only are urban gardens important for bumblebees, even when they represent a small proportion of the landscape, but their positive influence on bumblebee populations can spill over into neighboring farmland that is 1 kilometer distant. So quite a ways away. You know, it's kind of, if you're into conservation biology, it's the method used by marine reserves, right? You protect a certain area for fish, they reproduce, and their extra offspring spill over into fishing grounds. And that resource is replenished for the benefit of all, right? So our urban gardens provide varied floral resources and nest sites in areas dominated by monoculture in rural areas. So there are some possible limitations, right? So the study noted that small urban parks can become ecological trap for these organisms, exposing them to higher predation pressures from exotic predators. You know, it's just a case of habitat fragmentation, right? It's similar to that. And I've talked about the mantises being a problem in our parks. This study used European paper wasps, which predate on milkweed caterpillars. And as you see on the graph, in urban gardens, predation is way higher than in rural and natural habitats. That's something just to consider. Also, you know, like parks are highly lit. So like I talked about, it could be detrimental to moths in the area. So we should work around ways to like fix that problem. And this is just also an interesting note. There's something called the luxury effect. You know, Chamberlain et al. Determined that there was an increased level in biodiversity in more affluent areas of cities. So this raises, you know, not only like biodiversity concerns, but like social justice concerns, right? Maybe we should spread this money around not only to rich areas, and admittedly, Brooklyn Bridge Park is in a more affluent area. So, you know, we can afford more maintenance, landscaping, right, watering. And because of those traits, maybe we're attracting more biodiversity, right? So this is just food for thought. Maybe we should spread the wealth around, not only to benefit humans, but also biodiversity. So why should we care, right? In 2050, it's estimated that 67% of the world's populations will live in cities. So why just not provide green spaces that not only benefit human populations, but biodiversity as well? And this was just a New York Times article. I was featured based on the subject, if you're interested in that. And that's it. So thanks for listening. That's my contact info. That's my Instagram. I'm active on it. It's how I got this position. Thanks, Hunter. Big shout out. If you want a poster featuring the biodiversity of Brooklyn Bridge Park, I have a few. Just come bother me or I'll leave them out and I'll gladly give one to you. And that's it.
I'm going to step in and ask 2 questions from the virtual audience first. First was, do you guys use LED lights in the park?
We have.
Yes, basically, I am driving my own car now,
I'm forgetting
not
a second.
constantly, and not.
About the soil profile that you used on the cement tiers? What's there?
Oh, okay, that's interesting. So they were artificially prepared, right? And they're based on what kind of habitat we're trying to kind of incorporate. So they're completely artificial soils, which is an interesting concept, but it is quite difficult to grow a certain amount of plants on them, right? We struggle with a lot of issues, like especially during droughts, but they are completely artificial, just completely made up from various components like sand. We have like plastic strips on them, geofibers, that kind of thing. Yeah. I think that would be an interesting study. You know, it would be a good, maybe for a PhD student, because these piers are being created just in real time. So it'd be interesting to see how the artificial soil is accumulating kind of like soil micro biodiversity. It would be a fascinating project. And we sort of try to facilitate that, right, by leaving organic material where it falls and incorporating that. But it is a challenge because, you know, native plants need mycorrhizae to effectively grow efficiently. And obviously we don't have that at hand. It has to build up over time, which highlights my point. We need to protect natural areas. Because once you destroy the soil, like you're losing like thousands of years of biological history and function. So yeah.
So the other question was about the little pollinator island. Is there a concern about traffic and vehicles hitting butterflies?
Oh yeah, I'm sure there is. I'm not up to date on that research, but automobiles do contribute a significant amount of insect mortality. But I think that's just a drop in the bucket for more pressing concerns like herbicide and pesticide use. I think we should get rid of that before even considering that effect. So,
Other questions?
I have a question.
yeah, go ahead.
Hi, it's very interesting and a very meaningful presentation. Thank you so much first. And second is, I do like to see whether you have any kind of a record of, like, have you guys did any research to track since the opening of the park, the increasing, whether there is a big increasing of the pollinator population, and then, something like that, so that kind of information. So it will be a really great evidence to show other potential clients in our project to see show them there would be a big benefit result if you do this. So I'm really interested in whether you have that kind of information.
Yeah, we're actually very big on that. I mentioned Jared Fowler before. He's a bee specialist. We invited him a number of years ago to conduct a thorough scientific bee survey. Identifying bees is very tricky. Sometimes you have to go under a microscope to count leg hairs, right? And he's a specialist in that. So we did a formal bee survey. So we have that information, and we plan on conducting it in the future at regular intervals. So if you want a bee survey like that, contact Jared Fowler. But also in my off time in the park, I do monitor biodiversity. I upload it to various databases, and hopefully that data will show how biodiversity is increasing in time. Like the blueberry bee, big find, yeah.
Oh, that's great. Where can I find the database you just mentioned?
Yeah, we're working on online websites. It's not complete yet, but just check in the near future, and maybe we'll put it up.
The Brooklyn Bridge Park website?
Yeah, we just started an ecology section, so you could explore it. It's not complete, but we're working on it.
All right, thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, there are companies around now that are spraying for mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Especially in residential
Yeah.
areas that are so-called organic.
Mhm.
Yes, you're not a fan.
I'm not, but so there is mosquito control, and it's with the beetles. It's a strain of Bacillus thuringiensis, and I have used them myself, and it doesn't harm tadpoles or other things maybe. But yeah, the broad scale spraying happens in New York City, and it definitely is not good because it's kind of post-apocalyptic. At night, there'll be this truck with a loudspeaker on it, just going around announcing they're spraying pesticides, and it's not good for us and not good for insects. So yeah, but that's a tricky subject, right? People hate mosquitoes. People who aren't naturalists, they get one bite and then they're just out. So that's a tough battle.
Garlic spray, but.
Oh, for yourself?
No,
Just, yeah. Oh, the companies, I have no idea about that. Yeah.
For this afternoon, on the program, Robert Graham and I are listed as the speakers, but we're fortunate to be able to be joined this afternoon also by Dan May from the American Green Zone Alliance. And Dan asked if we could have the vendors come and just introduce themselves briefly before the presentation. So we have a bunch of vendors out in the lawn garden. If you didn't get a chance to get out there during lunch, you will have a chance to get out there at the end of the day. And so Dan, do you want to just have each of them just make a quick introduction, and then you can go into your slides too?
Yeah, absolutely. The vendors by Dan May, American Green Zone Alliance. The vendors are independently vetted by us. We test their tools independent of them. You can come to Axolator, ask what we have experienced with their tools, but they have made a tremendous effort as manufacturers to present what we have here today and to accomplish the green zone. And by the way, come out later to the agri table, put your name down, because after the green zone ceremony, we're going to be wrapping off this steel AK blower later on. So make sure you come to the agri table for that. Trey from Makita, if we can have you come up for 20 seconds.
Sure. Brief introduction. I represent Makita. In my hand, I have a very popular model of ours for this time of year, our handheld blower. I wanted to mention to you that we are a 100-plus-year-old company. We were probably the first to develop and put into the market back in the 1970s a battery platform for professional operators. At that time, construction, we migrated into outdoor power equipment. So I would ask you to come out. You'll see all of the battery products, mainly for the outdoor industry. We have trigger pulls ready for you when you venture outside this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Trey. Jack, Husqvarna.
Hey guys, how you doing? My name is Jack Driscoll, come from New Jersey, representing Husqvarna and our 36-volt platform for our battery products. This is an example of what we have here. This is one of our top handle chainsaws here. We represent everything from string trimmers, backpack blowers, and even lawnmowers. So if you guys are interested in seeing some of the products, make sure to come check us out and ask us any questions if you want, okay? Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jack. And we have Brian with Steel.
Yep. Depends on where you're from, I just said. Steel USA. Hi, everyone. My name is Brian Carolyn with Steel. This is our brand new. Feel free to come by and try it out on the lawn. Our brand new battery powered backpack blower. We're very pleased with this. It's going to be in production scheduled to come out very soon. Like a lot of my colleagues here, we also have a wide variety of tools from string trimmers to edge trimmers, chainsaws. If you'd like to stop by, all that's available for you to try out outside in our tent.
Thank you, Brian. And we couldn't pull a big Mean Green mower in the room, but we do have John with Mean Green mowers.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, so we have high-end commercial zero-turn lawnmowers that are all battery. We've been making them for over 10 years, just outside of Cincinnati, Ohio, so they're American made. We'd love to have you guys jump on them. We have a stand-up model and a sit-down, so you can buzz all around and put some grab.
All right.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, I know we're pressed for time, and I'm definitely excited to have Mark and Robert give you this peer-to-peer engagement. But we're going to give you a little history of this entire movement. I was standing here in 2016, and it's very exciting to be back right here in the exact same place. Dan May with the American Green Zone Alliance. I am the founder and the president, and that is me in a suit and tie. Okay, hold on a second here.
Too boring if it worked.
Okay. Got to keep things interesting. Try now. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I come from the gas industry. I worked in the gas industry as a kid with the man of the house. I had my own gas business, and for some crazy reason in 2004, I decided I'm going to start an all-electric gas-free business. And this is when it was what we call a new word, the pre-lithiific era. So we do this in a few different ways, 3 ways. Number one is AGSA Green Zone certification. We're very excited that the New England Botanic Garden at Tower Hill here is now an AGSA certified green zone. We're going to have that ceremony later. But we also, number 2, engage with the workforce, the men, the women of this industry. We have online courses, we do workshops, and basically I learned through trial and error how to get there. And we try to make this as seamless and safe for people transitioning to this new technology. And number 3, as I mentioned, we independently test entire tool platforms. We are brand agnostic. We don't sell tools. You come up to us, we will tell you which ones we tested, and we will just give you the straight out truth about what they can actually do. This is the early days, a little video here. And this was actually made in 2010. But again, we started this business in 2004. Thank you, Mark. Okay, two things. First, you can tell I spent all my money on the equipment and not a pair of jeans. And that was state of the art back then. I can tell you the solar designs that exist now are much more efficient and actually work. Way too far ahead of our time, but we're glad it led to where we are at today. Okay, so this has a Massachusetts tie-in. Who's familiar with A123 systems? Okay, one. This is a battery company who revolutionized lithium. When they came out with their lithium iron phosphate modules, we actually made our own backpack batteries to work with the equipment that was on the market then, because there was nothing like that exists today. So to keep up with the workload, we started to experiment, put these batteries in different parallels to achieve different capacities and voltages. And then, yeah, it kind of led to where we are at today, but we're very grateful to A123 Systems. Okay, so from the pre-lithium to now, technology then and now, brush versus brushless motors. The brushless motor technology we have now is remarkable. Incredible heat sinking capability, rated for 10,000 hours or more. Those brushless motors are going to be in all of this equipment that you see out on the lawn. Different battery chemistries, as I mentioned, lithium iron phosphate, but there's others, and there's even solid state that might be entering our industry. The power and performance are much better since then. Run times, charge times, there's companies now that say they have a new battery technology where they could charge in a matter of 10-15 minutes versus 3 hours. And then, of course, durability has really been something that this equipment has shown to last through the years to help us achieve to where we're at now. This is actually practical. This is a company that has a solar design. They charge 95% of their batteries, and they have one mean green stand-on mower with I think a 16 kilowatt hour battery in it. They're out of Florida, of course, it's very sunny there, but nonetheless, this business model is working for them. As you can see there, strategic charging stations. If you're going to go into this, we definitely want you to, again, have that peer-to-peer engagement with Robert and Mark, but you can always come to us and ask us questions to see how we're able to set up the charging strategy and infrastructure to help make this transition work. It's very important when we do this transition that it's not asymmetrical just on industry, that it's a balanced approach. So we like carrots, not sticks. We understand that regulation is a part of this conversation, but we also like to demonstrate that a solutions-based approach with funding mechanisms such as been afforded to the solar and EV industries is really helping accelerate the change and the successful change of our industry. We recently partnered with National Association of Landscape Professionals, and that again is to bring them to the table to help educate the industry nationwide to do a prudent and safe transition. And then finally, education and training, we feel it's critical. We don't want people taking batteries home, plugging them in the wrong way, having issues. They have to really understand it is a different technology to meet the same end. And if you are interested, you can always visit our website, and we have a bunch of resources there with those education services and other services. And again, we want to congratulate the New England Botanic Garden here at Tower Hill for achieving what they have done. Thank you.
Any questions for Dan before he takes off?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned balancing the costs between private and government, whatever. I mean, there's grants available currently or working on grants to help people with costs.
Absolutely. There are two
Dan, over here,
yes,
over
I
here.
can. Are there any funding mechanisms coming online that can help bring down the cost of electric? Because electric is going to be 40 to 50% more than their gas counterparts. We're happy to say that there's two legislators here in the state of Massachusetts that are working on that carrot approach legislation, bills that they're going to introduce to bring down the cost of this equipment. And I believe it will be for municipalities and for private companies.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
All right. So, and Dan will be out with all the vendors this afternoon, so you're welcome to go and ask him any more questions that you might have as well. And I'll also point out Jamie Banks. Jamie, are you still in the room? Jamie Banks from Quiet Communities, who's a partner with Dan on American Green Zone Alliance. Jamie's here as well. Jamie's local, Dan's from California. So if you have any questions for Jamie, she'll be here this afternoon, all afternoon as well. So our next session is Robert and me. I'm going to start, and then I'll turn it over to Robert for a bit, and then I'll finish. And we're going to talk some about the work that we've been doing here at New England Botanic Garden at Tower Hill to transition our operation to fully electric. And we're going to start with sort of a big picture view. Robert's going to talk some about the equipment that we've adopted, the equipment that we've started to use and how it's changed our operation, lessons that we've learned, and what we've found in our own research, supported quite a bit by Dan and Jamie. And then we'll sum up with some of our next steps. So if that sounds all right, do you have anything to say before we get started? Okay, all right, sounds good. So we, as every good nonprofit organization, have a strategic plan. Our most recent strategic plan was completed in the early days of the pandemic. This was a months-long effort that involved our staff, stakeholders, and our board of trustees. Our strategic plan is available on our website if you'd like to go and check it out. It's organized into three separate pillars. So horticulture is the primary pillar, but also engagement and leadership are our other pillars. And what I thought I'd do is just put this work that we've been carrying out in the last few years in context of our strategic plan, because I think it was a really important first step for us to, as an organization, decide that this was a pathway that we felt it was necessary to invest in. And so the first strategic plan pillar, horticulture, the very first strategy. So this is the very first piece of our strategic plan. It's the very first strategy, very first tactic that you see is to benchmark and develop an action plan to improve the sustainability of our landscape operations. New England Botanic Garden at Tower Hill is a garden that's just about 35, 40 years old. We're a very old organization. We were founded in 1842. So we're the Worcester County Horticultural Society, who owns and operates New England Botanic Garden. We've been around for quite a while, and this garden was really developed with a very sort of conventional, very traditional horticultural mindset. And we're trying to move as much as we can into a much more sustainable operation. And it's baked into our strategic plan. This is something that we take very seriously, and it's something that we're starting to and continuing to invest quite a bit in. Again, the very first tactic under that strategy is to convert fossil fuel burning landscape equipment to electric. And that's what we've been really undertaking in the last several years. The second pillar of our strategic plan, and there are a lot more tactics and a lot more strategies. I'm just highlighting a few of them that are pretty critical to this effort. Strategy 6 is investment in our team. So invest in our team, development and enterprise building. And that tactic is support staff in completing professional development opportunities that expand their practical knowledge base. And this is where Robert really comes in. Robert's a great example of a staff member who had an interest and a desire to learn more about a sustainable operation, to learn more about how we can move our operation to a much more sustainable base, specifically through the adoption of electric power equipment, but in a lot of other ways. And we've really tried to give Robert space and resources to allow him to conduct that research, to inform us, the leadership, the management here at NEBG, to really make the best choices, make the best decisions about how to convert our operation to electric and how to manage our operation a lot more sustainably. And you'll hear a lot more detail from Robert about how he's done that. But really trying to support our staff in professional development, in pursuing avenues that are both beneficial for them and also for the organization is key to who we are. And then finally, strategic plan pillar 3 is an engagement. And what we really try to do throughout everything that we do is teach the public about what we're doing and try to set a good example for others to follow. So strategy 15 is to teach plant-based solutions to climate change and sustainable horticultural practices through our gardens and our programming. And a key tactic here is to interpret plant-based solutions to climate change and sustainable horticulture throughout the garden. We have a lot of key pieces of sustainability in our operation. A lot of the ways that we operate are trying to get more and more sustainable, whether it's our organic waste recycling or our use of native plants throughout the property, some of our stormwater management practices, really trying to be a great example for those in the field, like many of yourselves, but then also for the public as well. And so at this point, now that I've set the stage a bit, I'm going to turn it over to Robert to talk about our landscape practices and the equipment that we've started adopting. So, Robert, take it away.
So to start, I'm going to talk about how we have run the operation in the past to where we're kind of at now, and then I'll circle back and talk about how we got there. So to start, we were coming at it from, this garden was a very traditional horticulture. There was a lot of traditional landscaping practices, and with that includes high maintenance. We would do twice weekly mowing with our big 72-inch 4-stroke Hustler mower. We would be blowing off all the paths at least twice a week, a lot of times more than that. And every time we did that, it was with the Red Max EBZ 8500 blower. All of our string trimming was done with a Stihl 2-stroke powered string trimmer. And everything had to be done by 10 a.m. So we open, our staff starts around 7 a.m. and then the guests show up at 10. So that gives us 3 hours in the morning to try and get all of that work done before people show up, which didn't always work. And then on top of that, we've got events and there's things you have to work around that is really difficult when you've got big, loud equipment all the time.
Try it again.
So here's a picture from spring of 2019 of what it looked like when we started. So I started landscaping here in 2018 and I did all the mowing, and I can tell you back then there were some days you would sit on that mower, 72-inch mower, for 5 or 6 hours. There was that much grass to cut. So in this image you can kind of see there is way more grass than really is necessary. It's not all those, some of our spaces are display spaces. We've got the lawn garden, we've got the secret garden. Those are formal display grasses. But there's a whole lot over there that is not a formal display grass that probably doesn't really need to be. And there's a lot of changes happened since then, but here's an updated picture from fall of 2022. So this is what our spaces look like now. And this is one of the first things you can do. Like if you want to limit the amount of work you're doing, mow less grass. Now you don't have the problem, the initial problem, without even switching to electric equipment. You're already doing less and doing less carbon So now we've got a lower level of maintenance, greater biodiversity, pollinator habitat, and then an educational opportunity to teach people what we're doing here. And with that, a lot of those spaces that you saw that were traditionally grass are now meadow. Even in one of the biggest changes you can see in this picture versus the last picture is our apple orchard got completely replaced. In that process of replacing the orchard, we went from mowing underneath every single one of those trees every week to now we've got a low meadow throughout that whole orchard. And so with all that, that's one big change you could do. But then specifically for the equipment, there's a lot more you can do there. So back in 2019, we were looking at what can we do now to change our operation. And the technology was at the time, at least for me back in 2018, 19, really hard to interpret on my own. There was just a lot of information out there and there was a lot of conflicting opinions, especially from the industry, because all of us have a job to do. And it's not easy, especially when you only got 3 hours. So we were looking for what's going to work. So at the time, there were opportunities out there. There weren't a ton back in 2018, but there were local dealers starting to pick up this new equipment for us to try out and demo. And one thing I found very interesting, I was the only one there sometimes. But it was great. So local companies were really trying to, hey, this is what corporate is showing us. Let's demo it. So I went to all those events. And then at the same time, there was a lot of seminars similar to this that were talking about let's switch, but it was a little bit of a different time compared to the market we're looking at now. So what started this whole big electric tool movement, I would say here for us, was I attended a seminar called It's Electrifying, a regional workshop for landscape professionals, and that was hosted by Sustainable Wellesley. It was a great hybrid meeting back in 2020 where they had some local and then some out-of-state reps around the country showing what their operation looked like. These were people who had already, similar to Dan's company, had switched their whole operation to electric equipment, and they were showing us how that worked. And that's where I first got introduced to Dan. It was great. His talk was great. They had an in-person demo with equipment just like what we're looking at here today. After everything, for the vendor visit in the afternoon, they had that. I met Dan, and from there, one of the most important things I learned from that is there are people like AGSA out there who their job is to teach people how they can make this switch. Now I'm going to circle back and talk about, besides just the work, what are some other reasons that we want to try to eliminate this gas equipment? And this is pulled right from AGSA's website. Some of them are your carbon emissions. Obviously, we don't want to be putting carbon into the atmosphere, but on top of that, a huge portion is both visitors and our workers' health. So starting with, you've got asthma, you've got tinnitus, and any of those hearing-related things, huge vibration when you're driving or operating any gas-powered equipment. You've got the actual gas that you are burning into the atmosphere. You have toxic waste from all that maintenance, because one of the big problems you have with any of your traditional equipment is there's a huge amount of routine maintenance. And every time you do that routine maintenance, you're generating waste, and some of that can be hazardous. They're inefficient. Heat is always inefficient, friction is always inefficient, and it's expensive. Like if you actually look at what your projections are for how much fuel you are using, you will see you are spending probably a lot more than you think you are on fuel. And I just want to highlight one back that for me, doesn't impact me super personally because I caught it early, but white knuckle syndrome, or HAVS, is one of the health risks that I don't think is ever talked about. I had never heard it until I started researching it. This one scares me quite a bit. So I just wanted to highlight it a little more. So hand-arm vibration syndrome is a risk to all of us. We're exposed to this equipment pretty frequently, and the electric tools help solve that. So not every piece of equipment you can eliminate vibration. So that's the main risk, is vibration, constant vibration every day, every time you operate. You can't always eliminate that with electric, but if you think about it, almost all cases you'll limit it due to the lack of an engine that's constantly firing back and forth. Our industry requires fine motor skills. If you guys didn't have your fine motor skills, it would be very hard to do your job. So we want to limit the potential risk from HAVS as soon as we can, Because later in life, in our long careers, we want to enjoy this. We don't want to not be able to do it. So I'm not going to touch too much on this. Dan brought it up, and you can meet with them later, and he can tell you all about how their program operates. But what for us, it was great to have somebody who had not only a field test program where they would test the equipment we were looking to try, because it is an investment. They also gave us tips. So when I was first I showed up there, we didn't have any equipment almost yet. And I didn't know where to start, because at the time, and even now, there's all kinds of different ways you can get to that final goal of switching all your equipment. And they helped me through that process on who I should talk to, what their true thoughts about the equipment we were using. And then they listened to what my concerns were with my staff here about how we were going to operate. Because the other thing too is here in New England, we have a certain operation versus all over the country that changes. So. And that's when they introduced us to their Green Zone certification program. And their program is a pledge to the implementation of sustainable landscaping equipment and the control of carbon output. And that was exactly what our goal was at the time when we first started researching. And a direct quote from their website: certification strengthens environmental leadership and sets examples for clean, quiet, and sustainable landscape maintenance practices in their region and beyond. And one other cool thing that Dan brought up to us when we were first talking about it is we were the very first botanic garden to pursue one of these certifications. And now I'll talk a little bit about what we do now. So you saw one of the big changes we made was we eliminated a lot of that grass that did not need to be mowed as often as it did. But there's some other things too. So we now mow exclusively, instead of that big old 72-inch Hustler mower, we're using a Mean Green 48-volt gas mower. Now that we have less grass, we can use a smaller mower, we can get in more places, and we can work longer hours during the day. We switched out to Husqvarna 40-volt batteries to string trimmers, chainsaws, blowers, clearing saws, pretty much every single piece of equipment that made sense for us to switch, we are trying to make that switch. We use Eagle blowers, homeowner blowers. Those are great. They are commercial rated, but they're really meant more for the homeowner. When visitors here see us walking around the garden with something they saw at their local hardware store, that inspires them to make a switch. Everything we're using has been field tested through AGSA certification program, so we're confident that it's going to do the work that we need it to do. And we also changed a couple things about our actual horticultural practices as in our operation. Before, we had your standard mow and blow company landscaping style practice. We switched, so instead of blowing every single leaf out of the garden, there's a lot of places I didn't need to pick up those leaves and take them. So there's a lot more places where we have leaf storage. There's a lot more places that we've changed our planting. We had huge annual beds, which were great, but we started planting more perennials. There is less work that I need to use this equipment for when there is less annual cleanup. And we mow less grass. We did not need to cut that much grass. I cut grass 2 hours in the morning, twice a week with my electric mower. So it's a little bit easier now too. And you still get the same effect. Here's a picture of one of our staff using one of those Eagle blowers. We have miles of trails throughout the garden. The ability for our staff to have a bunch of this equipment and go throughout their spaces and do it on their own versus having to fire up that big Red Max during those first 3 hours has been great. He can be out there at 12 o'clock when we're open and he's not bothering anybody. I now want to talk briefly about some of the bigger stuff. So we talked about the small equipment. We talked about what AGSA has helped us with. Another part for us about switching electric equipment is that bigger impact stuff. The two-stroke equipment is some of your biggest output because you're using it so frequently. Your heavy equipment, you're not using it as frequently. We still want to make that switch because that's part of our strategic plan. So when you are making your switch, you need to evaluate how your operation can change. So some of the problems we have with electric equipment is the cost. Some of the considerations you have to consider when you're switching your larger equipment is the cost, your runtime when you're under load, implements, hydraulic flow, availability of suitable power, And can you work around these issues? On top of our landscaping practices, we have a huge operation, we have a huge garden, we do a lot of heavy equipment work. Can we make this switch? And here's a very grainy video of me operating one of the machines that is on display with our vendors. It's a 2022 Giant G2200E lithium-ion loader. That thing was sweet. And then we have what we're currently using to do that same work, our 2006 Bobcat S185 diesel skid steer. That is an old machine, still does the job. It is pre-emissions, so none of the current emission standards apply to it, which is one of the problems we're trying to address. So for us, we're considering, what do we use this piece of equipment for? It's exclusively for moving material around the garden, moving pallets, and loading vehicles. For snow removal, all it's doing is cleaning corners, loading material, and running hardly any implements. It's never running for long hours. We're not out there 10 hours in this machine. This is an easy piece of equipment for us to replace. We can meet all of those same standards with electric equipment that is more sustainable. And now I want to talk briefly about the equipment we want to replace, but maybe can't necessarily yet because of the market. So some of our large snow equipment, our plow trucks, PTO driven snow blowers, industry's not there yet, but we want it to be. We want to keep educating, we want to keep being an example so the market drives this change. We're also moving large plants around our huge garden, and we're running ag equipment to do this, our meadow maintenance. We want this stuff to change, but it's not there yet. So you have to assess what equipment you can make that switch and what changes in your operation you can do to be able to make that switch. The more we can talk about this and the more we can encourage the market to change, the quicker this equipment will hit the market. And for us, the reason we're doing all this is we're an example. At our Botanic Garden, not only we're an example to the green industry as a whole, there are thousands of visitors that come here every day and see how we operate. We want to have people show up and see what they can change at home based on the way we choose to operate here. There's changes you need to make, there's changes in your operation, there's changes in the tools you get. But if we're able to do it on our 180 acre total property here, I think your half acre parcel at home will be a little bit more manageable. And I'll talk a little bit some of our future goals that we haven't done yet that we're planning to do. Robot mowers are awesome. The ability to have mowing be done overnight, you don't have to worry about visitors. And the other thing is that actually for us, the main places that would be working is our display grasses. Mowing more frequently, you're going to get better display grasses without any other input. I don't have to fertilize, I don't have to aerate. We choose not to do that in the first place. This will give me the same look and more sustainable. And we want to switch out more of our equipment. Not everything's there yet, but we want it to be. We're going to keep driving the market to make that change until we can replace the equipment that we haven't been able to replace yet. And I think I'm going to turn it back over to Mark to talk about how we've gotten to the point that we're able to operate the way we do.
We, as I mentioned before, it's baked into our strategic plan that we're moving in a much more sustainable direction, and adopting electric equipment is a huge piece of that. But we're a pretty big physical plant. So a couple of years ago, we had a group of students from Worcester Polytech put together a carbon calculator for us. It was specifically built for Tower Hill. And it allows us to capture all of our inputs from our electrical use, water use, our diesel burning, our oil and propane, and put them into a calculator to help us make decisions about where we need to move next. This is just a small example of what that carbon calculator looks like. Every month when we get our utility bills, our accounting clerk goes ahead and puts all that information into this calculator, and it helps us tell a story about our carbon footprint and the impact that our operation has. We know that our landscape equipment is a pretty small piece of the puzzle. It was an easy switch for us to make. with some investment, but it's a pretty small piece. We have buildings that are heated with propane. We have buildings that are heated with heating oil. And so those are our, much larger challenges. We've got to figure out what to do there. But first and foremost, we're going to be looking at, we have funding to put solar on our horticulture barn. So this is the barn here circled in this image. The laser pointer will work. Oh, the laser pointer doesn't work on the screen, so forget it. But you can see the yellow circle. That's our horticulture barn. It's a 4,000 square foot building with a standing seam metal roof. I'm actually meeting tomorrow with a company from Cambridge called InRoof Solar. We're going to be hopefully putting on a fully integrated photovoltaic standing seam metal roof on the barn. We've got funding from the Massachusetts Cultural Council to be able to do this work. And if the fully integrated roofing doesn't work for one reason or another, we will be replacing the roof and putting solar panels on top of it. That will allow us to charge all of our power equipment, all of our electric equipment with solar, as opposed to buying power off the grid. That's, as most of you know, is coming from fossil fuel burning sources. So we're really excited to be able to do this, but we have a lot more work to do. We have a lot of space available. And we know that we want to invest a lot more in solar and wind energy on the site going forward so that we can have an even greater impact on our operation. Final piece of the puzzle for us, and the biggest one is heating and cooling. We've got oil powered boilers and propane powered boilers. We really need to transition those. We're a long ways off from being able to do that, but we've set the foundation. We know where we'd like to go. We know that we have to raise funds and invest to be able to make those changes to our operations so that we can be a lot more sustainable. And the last thing I did want to mention, I didn't include it in the presentation, is funding. So the Mean Green machine mower that you can see here was a $17,000 investment. So it was a pretty big investment. When you compare that to a comparable gas-powered mower, it's a pretty big upfront cost. It's cost us next to nothing to maintain it in the 3 years that we've been operating it. I think the only thing we've really had to do for it is buy new blades. Robert sharpens all the blades constantly. We have how many, like 10 sets of blades?
I run 9 blades per season.
Okay, great. And that's about the only maintenance that we've really had to do with that. So our maintenance costs are next to nothing. There is grant funding available, not just to nonprofit organizations, but also to for-profit organizations. There's a great website that you should look at called Desire, DSIRE. It's managed by NC State. It allows you to search by your zip code to see what incentives and rebates might be available in your area, whether it's for residential or commercial, it doesn't really matter. But for example, last year, the state of Massachusetts had a diesel replacement grant available. The application period closed sometime in August. But that diesel replacement grant would pay for up to 40% of the cost of replacing something like that skid steer that you saw in the earlier image with a comparable electric piece of equipment. You can replace diesel generators and all sorts of different equipment through that diesel replacement grant. It is federal funding that's administered through the state, and that grant will be available again this upcoming year. So that's a huge, that's a huge piece of the puzzle, is being able to afford the upfront capital investment in some of this electric equipment. And luckily there's funding available. Also, last year, the federal government passed the Inflation Reduction Act. That Inflation Reduction Act is a giant climate change bill. There's a lot of incentives and a lot of rebates built into that act. And there'll be a lot more money coming down the pipeline for commercial entities, for companies, but also for homeowners to make the transition to electric, whether that's supporting adoption of heat pumps or power equipment to run your operation. There's a lot of funding available coming down the pipeline through federal and state funding sources. So with that, I think Robert, Dan, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have. And please go check out all the power equipment that our vendors have brought. There's definitely a lot of great examples out there, and please stick around for the ceremony later this afternoon. Thank you.
Kurt, I'm curious about why you have robotic mowers under the feature. Because there are a lot of them out now to find if they work for them.
No, so actually the question was, why aren't we currently running the robotic mowers yet? We just haven't had the chance. We actually were set up to demo it before COVID hit. Because we wanted to see which, there's a lot of options on the market. For our specific spaces, for us, it was important to see which machine, because it is a big investment, fit best. And I know from Husqvarna specifically, they're very willing to do demos for all of your sites. So for us, we wanted to see it in action first before we made the investment, but that is really the only reason. We just haven't had a chance to try it out yet.
The company I work for, NatureWorks, uses Husqvarna robotic mowers, lots of different types of companies. And that's amazing. So on, as you were saying,
Yep.
you don't fertilize, but you don't
Right.
have to. Many other benefits.
You guys run dozens of them,
Dozens.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's great. Other questions? Yeah.
I don't know if it's a question for you or Dan, but do you know what the lifespan on the batteries for all of these are?
Dan can probably answer that best.
Yeah, we have batteries that are confirmed in AGSA commercial green zones, a little over 10 years. That is gonna be, batteries are like humans. Once they're born, the clock is ticking. And there's environmental factors that are gonna determine how long their lifespan actually is. Heat is gonna be the biggest issue, heat exposure. Also heavy cycling, but we can tell you that on average, in our projects, the batteries are lasting 4 to 5 years. And then in the best cases where it's near the coast and the temperatures are cooler, we're going on 10 years. The worst case is where there was equipment purchased and research was not done. And they purchased brands where the batteries lasted less than a year. So you really want to do your research on that. But I would say handheld tools, 4 to 5 years average. There is a mean green mower at a municipality in Southern California that has been going since 2013.
How are the batteries disposed of in the end when they're gone past their use?
Yeah, that's gonna be, it's gonna be contingent on what region you're in. That is an issue, and we're taking it head on. We have found resources in California where it doesn't matter what size the battery is, if it's a 300 watt hour or a 26 kilowatt hour battery, it can be taken in and it will either be repurposed or it will be recycled. Repurposing is going to be the most desired. We do have a project in South Pasadena at the Royal Sacred Golf Course. A greens mower was retrofitted with used lithium cells and has been working well for 2.5 years, and it's projected to last in that application for 6 more years. But it's going to be region by region, by the way, and it's just now emerging that there's an economy for taking in and repurposing and or recycling lithium batteries.
Dan, can you stand over here?
Oh, sure.
Sure. Any questions from?
Yes, 2 questions. The first one is, how do you go about finding landscape companies that use this kind of technology? Is there a place where people can look to find, green companies?
Sounds like a question for Dan. So the question was, how do you go about finding landscape companies that use this equipment?
Yeah, we have a small list, but we know there's roughly about 200 of them nationwide out of 800,000 registered landscape maintenance and installation companies. So your Google searches, you can go to Jamie's bank's website, Quiet Communities, right here. She has a list. So right now, that's all we have at our disposal.
I have one more question. Is with the maintenance costs, savings and rebates, can you make the economic argument for transitioning, or does the cost of the equipment still eclipse the savings?
The question was the financial trade-off of rebates, incentives, and upfront cost and maintenance Whether it's, whether that can offset the upfront costs. So, yeah.
Well, I think you guys should answer specific to your operation, and then I can give national averages that we've been able to accrue over the last decade. But I'll let you guys go first, specifically for Tower Hill.
Yeah, so I think for us, we needed to replace our mower. That was the first big investment that we made. And we were, looking at replacing it with a conventional gas burning mower versus the lithium ion. This one for us offered an opportunity to run it for an extended period of time during the day, and then also achieve our sustainability goals. But we paid that upfront cost without any incentives or rebates. We were fortunate to have some capital money that we could invest in that mower. We're a nonprofit organization, so we don't have the same, the same demand for that return on investment that a for-profit company might have. For us, the opportunity to showcase a mower like this, to encourage other people to adopt electric power equipment, those were sort of the trade-offs that we would really think about in terms of making a huge upfront investment like this. I will say that Robert showed the loader that we're looking at, and the Bobcat skid steer that we're looking to replace. Bobcat just recently announced, and I think Sunbelt is a rental company that's going to be the primary purchaser of this equipment, at least in the short term, a brand new track loader that's fully electric. That's coming out this year or next year, and it's going to have a cost of about $400,000 from what I understand. They haven't published the cost yet, but it's going to be wicked expensive. And I think it's going to be very hard for companies to make that leap. Just that MTE loader that we were looking at in the short video Robert showed has a cost of about $100,000. So much more comparable to the cost of a traditional diesel skid steer. So I guess it depends on your operation. It depends on the piece of equipment that you're looking to replace. Do you want to talk a little bit about the cost of the blowers and string trimmers and how that might compare?
Yeah, the initial cost in your electric equipment is going to be the batteries. So for us, when we were first making the change, we made a push to get the batteries first. And for us, with our operation, we got one electric backpack battery, which almost all those venues you see will have a long runtime battery system. And that covers that employee for the day and then some, usually. So for us, getting the batteries is the expensive part of the operation, but the tools itself are extremely affordable. And especially if you're an operation that can do, say, there's a lot of places that are running a string trimmer 20, 30 minutes a day, and that's their operation. They only need one battery. You're running it the same way a homeowner would. But we haven't, there's been no repairs on any of that equipment we've purchased versus our gas equipment. Used to, between me servicing it all the time, which I don't have time for that, and then having it time spent going out to dealerships that can service that equipment, I would say that we probably saved on our switch.
National averages for companies that do this every day, high volume. We can say you're in the clear on the handheld tools after 2.5 years. Northeast specifically, let's just say a 34 to 36 week season. For the large mowers, we're conservative, Jamie and I, 5 years, 4 to 5 years, depending on the intensity of use. And we would say 3 years on the handheld tools conservatively. Jamie?
Yeah, I just wanted to make one more comment that wasn't articulated, which is when you buy electric battery equipment, you have to think that you're buying fuel upfront, and then comparing that to the avoided gas before you move. When you get this, it's a different framework.
And then I think the only other thing I'll say on cost is, and just from a homeowner's perspective, I bought a couple pieces of electric power equipment for home last year, a snow blower and a mower, both Ego. And the snow blower was comparable to an Aaron's snow blower in cost. But again, I've got no maintenance costs whatsoever. All the Ego equipment uses the same battery. So whether you're running a blower, a mower, a snow blower, they now have a big zero turn riding mower. Everything runs the same battery, which makes it really easy to adopt. And the cost was pretty comparable to I'll say a higher end piece of traditional equipment. Any other? Yeah.
Since you guys have transitioned to electric, have you noticed changes in animal behavior? I guess somber, because I've worked in some settings where, you know, you want to be doing that mowing and making that noise in the morning before the guests arrive. That also has to be when the birds are calm. So I'm just curious if you noticed that.
I haven't noticed a change in that, like personally, but for us, our area of impact, we've got 200 acres almost, and we've got around 10 acres of impact. And for me, on my hearing level, I used to be back when we were running our gas equipment, I knew exactly where everybody was working every single morning. I'm having a very hard time trying to figure out where everybody is now. So from that point of view, if that answers your question as far as what we can hear. So even in our garden, I'm not talking across the garden, I'm talking the next garden over, I don't know anybody's working. So you've got that part of it as far as noise level.
Another thing about the cost savings sometimes when you're running the two-cycle or battery version of a two-cycle, you're never going to have an employee screw up the fuel mix. And another other benefit that I've noticed with the battery, our arborists really like the top handle size when they're climbing the tree. If you're not up in a tree, kind of pull side or in the bucket, anything like that, other benefits that safety wise.
Now, if I want to expand on that a little bit too.
Can you just repeat what your topic is so that the Zoom participants can understand where your answer is coming from?
Yeah, so we circle back to some of the benefits of switching the equipment and how that affects the operation. And for us, I can speak to the fact that a lot of what I usually, especially actually at Sustainable Wellesley, that conference I had gone to, one of the talking points was we can't get anybody to switch. Nobody wants to switch. For us, it was actually switching made it so more of our staff wanted to be involved. The way we operated before, we had a couple people that were landscape. That's what we did. Now we have all of our horticulturalists. We have our traditional landscape staff. Everybody's using the equipment because it is so easy to use. You don't make those errors. You plug it in, you put it on the charger, and you just go to work. So that's allowed more of our staff to be included. So that's another thing you could talk about. Depending on what operation and depending on who you have for staff, it can be easier at times to be using this more user-friendly equipment than I would say, I guess, comparable piece of equipment. I know back when I first started, I had to spend my morning getting the string trimmer started and handing it running to whoever was operating that day. So not having to do that's been great.
We have time for one more question.
Yeah, it's a big push to have local bylaws, like no leaf blowers and trying to get a municipality to switch. Are there any analysis of non-tangible costs associated with cost benefits? So you just talked about a few of them, like safety, birds. How about cancer, low IQ for design issues, those sorts of things? You do it in the land trust community, putting on a price tag, anything like that. Getting your local government to spend big upfront just because it's the right thing to do. It's harder if you don't have something.
So the question was about local bylaws and the ability to push municipalities to require or force adoption of electric power equipment.
Yeah, no, it is happening. There's communities that are pushing for bans, restrictions. Where I live in California, the entire state has regulated the sale of small gas engines starting 2024. Luckily, I can speak for myself and I think for Robert, using gas a lot of our lives did not lower our IQs, thankfully. But I would say I'm not being a wise guy, I promise. I would say that Jamie Banks of Quiet Communities may be a better resource for that type of information because AGSA simply is not. But definitely I would go to Jamie and Quiet Communities to see if there's some studies because they know a lot about them.
So we're basically a coalition of medical scientists professionals. We've done a lot of work looking at what can change exhaust emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, and then of course noise and vibration and things like that, and have assembled a body of literature on what those concepts.
Definitely check out Quiet Communities online. And yeah, thank you guys. This is great. Our last speaker of the day is another remote speaker. Toby is a landscape architect who helps organizations like Wellesley College, Creative Plant Trust, Cornell Botanic Gardens, Colby College, and Mount Auburn Cemetery, as well as homeowners throughout New England, transform challenging sites into places that are welcoming, engaging, and alive. Toby serves on the Horticulture Committee of the Friends of the Public Garden and is a past president of the Ecological Landscape Alliance. This afternoon, Toby's going to be speaking to us about designing for change at Brooklyn Botanic Garden. Help me welcome.
Okay, hi, okay, everybody, can you hear me well?
Yep, I can hear you well.
Okay, perfect. I'm excited to be here. I wish I were in the room today. I miss seeing my ELA people, but look forward to the next time. I want to talk about a project, the Overlook, the Robert W. Wilson Overlook at Brooklyn Botanic Garden that I was designing for a couple of years and was built in 2018 and 2019. It's now, the plantings are now at the end of their third season. And I love this project, both because it was an opportunity to work with an amazing client and an amazing design team on an amazing site, but also because I knew from the outside that I would need to learn a lot in order to do it. And this talk is really about what I've been learning during design and during construction, and now what I've been learning from the plants now that they're in and they have their own opinions about things. This is really not an evaluation of whether it kind of met the expectations, but of how it didn't and what's interesting about that. I got a lot of great advice from people because this was like, I saw this as an opportunity to continue being a student. And it struck me that a lot of them are people I know through ELA. I could have done this project without ELA, but I wouldn't have known the people who helped me make it better. And Claudia West is kind of one of the major people who really was generous with her time and her wisdom. I'm very grateful to her for this. So everything that went right is thanks to her, and everything that went wrong, you can pin on me. I was usually I'm a full service landscape architect. Usually I design everything you see in the landscape. In this case, hang on, I just need to. There we go. In this case, I was part of a team led by Weisman Freddy Architecture, Landscape, Urbanism. They are architects who are just much more interested in landscape than a typical architecture firm, and much more sophisticated about it. Andrew Zintek, whose hands you see here, was their project manager. He was the landscape architect in their office who, working with Marianne and Michael, led the project. They're currently, they have a project right now at Longwood Gardens in construction. It's a massive project. So they have a foot in the horticulture space. They also designed the visitor center at Brooklyn Botanic Garden that's immediately next to this site. The other landscape architect on the team was SiteWorks, led by Annette Wilkes. They're in the business of working with landscape architects to figure out the, they specialize in technical aspects of things. And so they were the landscape architects of record. They stamped the drawings, they made the final drawings, they made the final specs. And so between what they did and what Weissman Freddy did, I was able to really just focus on the plants, which was kind of a nice privilege. There are a lot of things I didn't have to worry about, so I could dive into that. The flip side of that is you'll see some beautiful concrete work, and I don't know how it was done. It wasn't part of my scope. There are also some things about soils that I really wasn't as tuned into, except as much as I needed to understand them for the planting. So questions on those I won't be able to answer. Brooklyn Botanic Garden, as the name implies, is in Brooklyn, New York. We see here the tip of Manhattan and then the incredibly dense city that is around Brooklyn Botanic Garden. The circle shows where the site is located. We'll zoom in a little bit. So here's Brooklyn Botanic Garden on the right side of the dashed line, Prospect Park on the left side of the dashed line, and Greenwood Cemetery in the lower left-hand side of the screen. These are really the major urban open spaces in this area. And then within Brooklyn Botanic Garden, this big parking lot and building that you see is the Brooklyn Museum. The garden kind of wraps around that. The site that we're working at was actually built up as a berm in between the garden and the museum. And one day before, the long-term plan before the garden was split off from the museum's ground was that the museum would be extended to over twice its current footprint, and the slope that we're going to be looking at would be the ceremonial steps to the museum. That got ceded to the garden, and so we're left with a berm that nobody really planned to have as a berm. And then the rectangular space below that is the Cherry Esplanade. Here it is in more legible form: Prospect Park to the left, Brooklyn Museum to the right. The swooping walks here are essentially the Overlook Project, and the Cherry Promenade is focused on that. When there are events in that space, it is the highest number of visitors to any public garden per day in North America. So the garden's really well connected to the city in a way that I admire. Other things in the frame are to the left of the Cherry Promenade with the curved walk and the little pond. That is the extension of the native flora garden, which we'll look at in a second. The wooded area was the original native flora garden, and it was the first of its kind in the US. Then on the lower right-hand side, the sort of organic shaped building is the visitor center that Weissman Freddy designed. They initially had ideas of extending it to include this entire berm. They didn't do that at that time, but this project gave them another bite at the apple. Here's the native flora garden extension. It was designed by Daryl Morrison with Uli Lorimer, who was at the garden at the time, and SiteWorks, so it was part of our current team. And it's based on Pine Barrens vegetation and using plants of local provenance. So they did seed collecting in the last vestiges of Pine Barrens on Long Island and in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. So this is a very, this project has a really high degree of ecological integrity to it. The visitor center has not just a green roof, but a meadow green roof that works its way into the site. I really like the fact that the garden doesn't mow this during the winter, before the winter. And so you get this nice kind of mohawk haircut on the visitor center. And then by the end of the winter, it's really kind of tussled. It's a pretty charming building, and visitors move through it as well as around it to get to this space. So here we are on the Cherry Promenade, and again, we get zillions of people on this. We're looking toward the Brooklyn Museum, and what you see at the end wasn't really much. It's a space that was too steep to be mowed on a regular basis with normal equipment. It's about 24, I think, feet high, maybe 28. Nice view from the top, but there was not historically ADA compliant access from the bottom to the top. And then the message that the landscape seems to be giving is kind of nothing to see here, folks. And so it's kind of amazing that this site with its visibility went undeveloped for so long. But on the other hand, I think if it were easier to turn into a garden, that would have happened. It's not a space that invited access in any way. So Weiss-Manfredi design is essentially taking the idea of a sloped pedestrian walk that is ADA compliant and is a shallow enough slope that it doesn't require railings to clutter things up. It's a very gentle slope that sort of takes that as an opportunity to bring people through the landscape. It slows them down, and then it creates these sculptural forms. It is built. It was interesting working with architects because it is really built like a building. It is a solid, rigid structure that goes down to frost, and every part of it is locked together. These are not the walls that you'll see. These are the concrete foundations for those walls. The walls were built with this many pieces of custom cast in place, custom precast concrete, each of them unique. So it was quite a piece of work, and the concrete work is really impeccable. You can kind of see the love that was put into that, and that made it a great setting for planting design. One of the things I love about this is immediately after it opened. Not much is growing yet, but you can see that as you walk along here, you can experience plants at all different levels relative to your body. So you can see them at your toes and at your knees and at waist height and above your head. And it's just a nice way of introducing people to plants. And the motion of the people over the length of this walk kind of gives the whole thing a sort of animation. It's actually a pretty good people watching spot. It also increased the amount of seating in this area substantially. So there's this kind of quiet overflow for events. They also use it for processions during events. And just to kind of situate this institutionally in the garden, you know, a public garden is a collection of collections. So I've been talking about the predominantly native collections, but there are formal gardens here. There are exotic collections from all over the world. There are greenhouses. And one of the prides of the garden is that this is the northernmost spot pretty much on the East Coast where you can reliably grow all varieties of crepe myrtles. So these are trees from East Asia and South Asia, and they, you know, they're two big public gardens in New York, and they can't grow these this way in the Bronx. So the garden's very proud of those. So I came at the design from a bunch of different angles. One of them was just simple, what do you experience in this landscape? This is what we're looking at now is the project that got me this job because the then president of Brooklyn Garden was familiar with it. This is at Cornell Botanic Gardens, and he admired this. He found out who designed it. He brought me on, which was pretty amazing for me. And it was clear for me that the outset that this is not what we wanted to do in Brooklyn. This is a swale. It's full of moisture-loving plants. The overlook is a south-facing steep slope, and then the context is entirely different. I didn't want the plants to make shapes in this way. I didn't want block planting. I thought it really needed to be something much more airy and linear and something that would look like it had always been there with just very subtle gradations in what the vegetation is. Here's another, this is just an overgrown lawn. The previous, this is a trustees of reservations site in Massachusetts where they had newly planted this little blue stem meadow. This is just an overgrown lawn on Cape Cod. But I love the way that that it had sort of developed its own texture and rhythm. And this seemed like the kind of fabric that you could sort of stretch between these sculptural walls. I didn't want to make a sculpture around their sculpture. I thought it needed to be something different. It needed to be sculptural and beautiful in the way that plants do, rather than the way that concrete does. So the zones shown here, the gradations of green, are each of those, as the design evolved, actually we'll get back to that, but these are kind of, this indicates the way that different zones will kind of fade into one another subtly in kind of a muted way, similar to the colors here. I mentioned the crepe myrtles. The only horticultural given that was given to me was that we should extend the garden's collection of crepe myrtles. And I had actually worked with crepe myrtles before in North Carolina. I thought this was odd request. Honestly, it wasn't something I saw going in that we would be planting crepe myrtles there, but I came to really appreciate this tree. It does have a form that is unlike anything that grows native in North America. It has this incredibly like beautiful bark. It does produce, some of the cultivars have crazy colors in the flowers. We chose ones with more muted flowers. It's not the tree I would have gone to, but as I said, I came to appreciate the way it has almost the form of a bigger tree like an elm, but at a much smaller scale. So there's a delicacy to it. But it raised the question of how do you integrate these in a landscape, which I was already thinking of as a meadow. And the archetype, I like having an understanding of, even if we're not recreating a naturally occurring landscape, what naturally occurring landscape does it look like? And I was thinking about old fields where you have meadows where the trees are just starting to come in. This is a little bit different. This is in Wellfleet. It's a area where you have bearberry on the ground, you have little blue stem coming in, and you have the pitch pines gradually coming in. And these landscapes just have a scale that feels very human to me. There are little roomlets inside them. And so it was a nice chance to sort of use this as a model and cite the crepe myrtles to create spaces, to frame views, to create a sense of procession up the walks. Another way of looking at it, and this is going to be familiar to a number of you, I'm sure, is the model of different tendencies in plants' survival strategies and how to use those as a guide to what fits on the site. So to go over it briefly, the competitors, and I chose a Monarda because that's something we're all pretty familiar with probably. Almost anything in the mint family is going to be something that survives by using resources, expanding outward. They tend to have long rhizomes, and they tend to flourish in areas with a high level of resources, like a lot of moisture, a lot of soil fertility. Their game is to lock as much of that up as they can. And even if the inside of the clump starts to die out, they are finding new land that they can compete on. And what we have in mind here was not a high resource landscape. And the use of competitors was pretty much confined to areas where I had concerns about weeds, areas that were maybe less visible. And so I was worried that weeds would come in undetected. But aside from that, we didn't make a lot of use of those. Stress tolerators are plants that, if the competitors are the Walmarts of the plant world, I think of stress tolerators as the mom and pop shops, the ones that sell vacuum cleaner parts or resole your shoes, and they don't expand rapidly. They'll never be huge, but they'll be there forever, we hope. And these are plants that, in the case of Baptisia, for example, tend to have really deep roots, so they can tolerate a lot of changes in their environment, a lot of drought, a lot of stress. I tend to think of them more as scarcity tolerators because they're not playing a game of locking up resources, and so they thrive in areas that have fewer resources, drier areas, less fertile areas. And they tend to grow very slowly because they're investing in their roots more than their top growth. But then they can put on some size. And then the ruderal plants, which I think of as opportunists, these would be in the retail world, these would be the pop-up shops that just exist for a week and then close down, and then they're selling something different somewhere else. These are short-lived plants that generate a lot of seeds, and they have a lot of use in the landscape because there's always some kind of disturbance. And these are the plants that can jump in and take advantage of that, fill the gaps before plants that we don't want will. So most of what we planted here is stress tolerators, but ruderals played a role. And then there was a question of responding to the site. As I said, it's south facing, it's steep. The areas directly below the walls are not getting any runoff. And so plants are organized based on the zones this creates. Initially, I had a fantasy that the topography was just going to by itself generate the planting zones. And as it turned out, there wasn't quite as much micro variation as we have here. So that wasn't the way we went, but it was kind of the germ of an idea of how things would be composed. Layering is really important here. This is a demonstration of how you can have a landscape that looks full in the fall, and then when the plants are cut back, you realize you're in a sea of mulch. Again, I don't think this is a new idea for most people here, so I'll move quickly through it. So this is how we've traditionally planted, and there are a lot of things it doesn't do. Here, it's not doing a huge amount of harm, except that there's nothing to keep down weeds except for mulch. If this were on the steep slopes of the overlook, then there'd be nothing to control erosion in between these plants. So we look to nature, what a meadow does. And in a meadow, you see the taller, more charismatic plants in the height of the season. They're all you notice. The slide on the right is actually the same meadow taken earlier in the season, where it's dominated by sensitive fern that again just disappears once the taller plants grow in, but that's doing a job of covering the ground and keeping things stable. And in a designed landscape, we might pair a grass like little blue stem with a ground cover like wild strawberry, and hat tip to Dan Wilder, then at the Native Plant Society, for this photo. I'm using a lot of unattributed photos. I apologize to everyone for that. And so we can create that combination. So what we don't know, these are the theories, and they're combined in different ways. What we don't know is how do we stay on the exact line where it feels wild, but it feels legible. What we don't want to do here is turn people off the plants by making it look weedy. And then how do we, since we're going into a landscape that we're manufacturing and that the soils are being installed days before the plants go in, sometimes the same, then we don't have a lot of site information. So for example, at the toe of the slopes, those areas are designed they'll receive runoff from everything above them. So they'll probably be very wet, but they also have gravel underneath them and French drains. And so they'll probably be very dry. And we don't really know until weather happens there over a number of years what's going to be there. So that, for example, is where the ruderal plants grow in. If that gets scoured by erosion, they can come in and do their thing. But we don't have an exact forecast of anything that's happening. And then there's availability of specified plants. We didn't have as many different ground layer plants as we expected because some of them weren't available in time. When the planting happens, what the weather is during the establishment period, there's no such thing as an average year, and what comes in by way of supplemental watering. So I'm going to go through some of the highlight plants here twice. Once to introduce them and say what my expectations were, and then once to say what they actually did. So Pachyra obovata running groundsel I've come to rely on this as a ground layer plant in a lot of different settings. It is truly evergreen, at least in winters where I am in northern Massachusetts. It flowers early, and it is low enough that plants that are taller than its basal leaves will be able to compete successfully while having the soil around their bases well covered. So it's protected from weeds, protected from compaction, from rainfall, and protected from erosion. Another plant that fills that role, as we just mentioned, is wild strawberry. I'm using the BONAP maps, by the way, just to indicate provenance of these plants. Little blue stem, as mentioned, that is a plant. And when I talk about the different, the evolution, the roles of the plants as ruderals and stress adapted plants and competitors, those aren't three discrete boxes that you can put every plant in. Those are tendencies that plants have. So different plants may have each of those to different extents. So the Schizocarium is an early pioneer. It grows in raw sand, but it's also something that hangs on and becomes a stress adapted plant. Prairie dropseed is a classic stress adapted plant. Deep roots, slow growing. As you can see on the map, it's a Midwestern plant. The yellow on these maps indicates that the species is rare, which is usually due to habitat loss. I believe in Massachusetts, this is marked orange for extirpated, but it's primarily a Midwestern plant. Cherokee sedge was new to me. It's primarily a southern, southwestern plant, and is used as one of the matrix plants to fill ground and mingle with other plantings. Matrix forbs, Coreopsis will mingle in, Claudia and I use the language of infusion. You can infuse the planting with yellow by planting these. They'll never cover everything. You'll just be a scattered yellow presence in there, especially midsummer when other things aren't blooming. Pycnanthemum mountain mint is a genus that you expect to spread and take over everywhere it's planted. This one, again from the south, is a stress adapted plant that stays put and minds its business. It's a charming little plant. Bradburn's bee balm, similarly, we expect Monarda to spread very vigorously. This is one that does spread, but not the way the Fistulosum does, for example. Liatris scariosa is, again, it has been present in New England. It's rare, and the reason is that this grows on heathlands, which in our coastal sandy zones are either getting developed or they're being allowed to succeed into forest because we don't have the fire regimen that we used to. So this is a chance to try to find this an environment that it likes. Purple milkweed, again, more Western. I fell in love with the flowers, and we'll kind of get back to what happened with that. And Eupatorium hyssopifolium, this is at Longwood Gardens in their meadow, and they will we'll also see what happens with this one. And then finally, or not quite finally, the ruderal plants, the opportunistic ones. Rudbeckia hirta is one that is kind of a classic for meadows. You see it in great numbers in the first few years, and then as the longer lived perennials come in, this recedes, or it steps to the back. It finds bits of open soil, but it doesn't have a dominance in the landscape. I'm calling these ramblers. They're two plants that have horizontal growth, but they're not really ground layer plants because they move along through the plantings and find bits of sun. So this is snow flurry. It's a cultivar of heath aster, which is more upright. This really kind of creeps along the ground. And then calero, again, another Midwestern plant. And this photo shows it in its usual environment, which is growing in among meadow plants, kind of rambling along the bottom. It doesn't set down roots as it rambles. It has one very long-lived root, but it finds the places where it can come up and find the sun. Sculptural plants are, it's just my inadequate word for plants that have individual presence. So Baptisia is a classic. Vernonia lettermanii, iron butterfly, again, southern plant, is one that we see in gardens a lot. They're almost shrub-like plants. And I'll also put in that category Muhlenbergia, which is also another plant that is extirpated in the Northeast. Again, I think due to its habitat disappearing. And then a southwestern plant, it's another Sporobolus, but this one is 8 or 10 feet high, big Sacaton. It is, I think the name says it all. It's a big Sporobolus. And so these are the types of plants, and this is the plan for how we use them. I was really worried that the edges between these, or let me back up, each of these zones has a matrix grass, one or more matrix forbs, and then scattered into that trees, shrubs, and the more sculptural plants. So there's a bit of a recipe where we have grasses present everywhere, but the grasses vary. And I was still worried that with this site tilted up the way it is, that the shapes would be kind of overwhelming there. And I wanted to make sure that there's a blur. So I created this very elaborate diagram of how to move from one zone to another. It was completely unnecessary and nobody ever looked at it. This is more what happened. The contractor would lay out plants. This is on a steep slope, so we've got Pacra very closely spaced together. And then by hand, we would kind of taper off what happened at the edges, setting a pattern so that it wouldn't be a hard edge. So overall chronology of what has happened with this project. In very general terms, in 2019, we completed construction and planting in late fall. We were still planting in November. It was a fall similar to this one, dry, sunny, and I was concerned about putting in warm season grasses this late in the season and about plugs in general heaving. We put in 40,000 plugs on this project. Most of our planting was plug size. And I think the soil was just well drained enough that it didn't heave the plugs out in that first winter. So they were able to kind of get roots down so they'd be well connected to the ground in the future. In the next spring, we saw forbs establishing quickly. In some cases, even in midsummer of that first year, they were really getting kind of overwhelming. And some of the slower growing warm season grasses, which hadn't, they don't show much life until midsummer, were getting overtopped. They weren't visible. There was kind of a heaping mound look to the landscape. And then in most places, those emerged as we got into August. We see a little blue stem at the front and then Bouteloua behind that. As the garden reopens, beds are full and colorful. Contractor ends up doing maintenance. This was an unusual garden for them to be maintaining, and so they didn't do it in quite the way Brooklyn would have. In early summer in 2021, heat damaged some forbs, leaving bare spots. In other areas, grasses appeared to have been overwhelmed. There's a lot of vetch in some areas, other weeds were there. But at the end of that year, things looked full and good. 2022, again, we had extreme heat, and where the grasses had been overwhelmed by the forbs and then the forbs were killed, we were left with nothing. So at this point, there are large bare spots, but we are turning a corner there. The contractor is taking on a smaller role, garden staff. There's a gardener for this landscape now, and that is, I think, going to make a huge difference. The reeds have already been removed aggressively. That itself is revealing more bare soil, but we are, I'm having just informal conversations with the garden about how to restore that and how to bring good gardening practices back in. What caused this? I think it was really that we designed a landscape for stress adapted plants, but it turned out to have higher resources. And so more competition happened than we predicted, and certain plants were able to take advantage of that. One thing I noticed, here are some of the weeds: Baccharis, purple loosestrife, New York ironweed, not normally a weed, but it is here, and some willow. All of these are moisture loving plants. And so I think whether it is the unusually wet weather we had last year or some irrigation practices that have since been corrected, or soil that is more water retentive than we originally assumed, it's just a slightly different environment than we thought. So we need to adapt to that. So some outcomes of these plants, the Pacra is really essential in the early spring. Later on, the bare stems of the flowers are still showing, but they get covered over with grasses quickly. It has survived in most areas where other things have not. Wild strawberry went wild. It is charming and picturesque in some instances, but there were a lot of worries that it was so dense that it would overwhelm the plants it was supposed to be complementing, in particular the Spirabolus. And so we see that this is actually after heat has suppressed this once and it's bounced back. This is after another heat wave. At this point, we're really relying less on the wild strawberry to fill that role. Schizocarium has performed admirably. It's really part of the view of this landscape. The Spirabolus, as I said, it was troubled by strawberry, but it is hanging in there. And then as of this summer, these plants have shown just a lot of nice growth. It's really kind of a keystone plant now. And in other areas where it didn't have to compete with the strawberry, it is further advanced than this. The Cherokee sedge is one of my new plant heroes. It prefers dappled sunlight, but it does okay in full sun. This is a bed that probably has more moisture than the others. Here you can see it mingling with the Monarda. It's mingling with a Vernonia in the background. It's mingling with Solidago odora. It is just doing everything that I want a grass to do in this setting, and coexisting nicely while providing that full matrix. Here's another location where it's intermingling with the Solidago odora, and it's just a nice, happy, tussled mixture. Threadleaf Coreopsis is also doing exactly what I would have liked it to do. You can see just the little bits of yellow sparkling through the grasses here. The bee balm, I actually really love this photo of bee balm after its prime. We sometimes forget to take photos of flowers that aren't perfect. But what I really like about this is you can see that same color scattered in the background. And so this is doing what it was asked to do and kind of infusing this landscape. And then later on, the seed heads give it a nice rhythm. What the Monarda and the Pycnanthum have in common is they are southern relatives of familiar northeastern plants that are less competitive. In the case of the mountain mint, it was charming and beautiful, but I think a little too less competitive. So it was present everywhere in 2021, not so much this year. Muhlenbergia, same story. It's just, we had a great show of it in the fall of 2020, and it has, there was one that I spotted this year. I think it just doesn't have the competitive edge in these settings. Liatris, I mentioned that it's adapted to heaths, and it is doing fine here. And I think that's because the garden sort of artificially creates a heath-like environment where it is able to compete fairly successfully. Purple milkweed, I made the classic beginner gardener's mistake of specifying a plant based on the flowers. Here at the left, you can see it's not really playing the same tune as the other plants around it. And here's a reason why I think there are other milkweeds that are better to use in most garden settings. I'm going to breeze past this one. Rudbeckia is doing exactly what I would have wanted. The heath aster is just a great garden plant. It's creeping out between the blue stem. It looks a little like juniper until it flowers, and then it does a nice, surprisingly sculptural thing. The Calero, I love it and I hate it. It is, in some settings, it's doing what we asked for and kind of rambling out of the plant matrix, and is, it could use a little bit of a cleanup and cut back, but it's doing what we want. In other places, it is solid vegetation, which is beautiful here and less beautiful when it starts to shade its older stems out and when it starts to ramble on top of other vegetation and strangle it. So these were planted as plugs. I think if I were going to use it again in a setting like this, I would wait for other plants to get established, maybe a year, maybe 2 or 3 years, and then introduce this. The stress adapted plants, the Baptisia, these are not looking fantastic, but they are surviving in areas where the heat has killed other things. I didn't intend to come here and tell people to use plants from outside their bioregion, but the southern and western plants are really performing in this environment. I also looked to coastal plants, which are not as well represented in this show, but they are present on site. So the Vernonia has also been a really strong survivor in this location. And it mingles well with other things. And the big Sacaton is like just a great architectural plant, has presence, and without being an overwhelming meatball of a plant. So somehow we got from this vision of something very spare and attenuated to something that is much more exuberant and boisterous. And it's not the path that I thought I was going down. I think I could have trimmed my plant list a little. I think there are plants I might not use again, and I can name names if anyone likes, and other plants I would bring in. But I think it's come to a nice place, and it will be bouncing back even more in future years. So thank you all for your time and your attention this afternoon. And if we're set up for questions, I'm happy to do that. And please email me with any questions that don't get answered today, or if you want to keep in touch about this.
Someone wants you to name names on the plants you didn't want to name. But...
Okay, so one of the reasons I was excited to do this was that I had specified a plant that I'd seen in a meadow at Longwood Gardens, Eupatorium hyssopifolium, and it was growing very vertically between stalks of grass. And then when we planted it, it came in and formed these giant billowing clouds of foliage and flowers. It was really spectacular. And it was not at all what I expected. And I thought this proves the plasticity of plants and how they need the grasses around them to grow the way we want them to grow when we've seen them in a meadow. And then I only was really able to confirm this week that they shipped us the wrong plant. And whatever it is, I haven't been able to identify, doesn't prove that lesson. And it's a great plant. It's become a little overly dominant. I wouldn't use the milkweed again. I think those are really my regrets. I think there are other plants that I think I would use the Calero in a much more contained and controlled way. We were trying to cover ground as densely as we could because of the slopes. And so the only way to do that and not blow the entire budget was with plugs. I would probably go back and plant fewer plants, but more gallons, so that we give some of them a head start, so that we get things balanced right from the beginning. And I would probably look at other fine leaf plants. I looked at that milkweed and thought, why couldn't I just plant butterfly weed like everybody else, a good, reliable milkweed that charms everybody? But I had to get clever and get the purple one.
I was wondering if you decided to actively remove any of the plants that became a little more competitive than you thought, or if you let things kind of do their own thing and see what evolves?
At one point, the garden was asking if we should start removing some of the strawberry, and that turned out to be a problem that solved itself. I think we should remove the milkweed just because it's not a good way of convincing people to love plants. Some of that Eupatorium that I mentioned could definitely go. There are places where it fits the scale. And there's been an aster that's been seeding in, and there was sort of a waiting game to see what it would turn out to do once it bloomed, and it doesn't have much of a bloom. It's just a big bulky plant. And so it's like a little bit of noise in the system that you never really notice until you start seeing it. And I think we would get rid of that. I'm a little bit charmed by the Baccharis that has seeded itself in. And so we're, I think, going to just cut that back and see how it coexists with other plants, even though we didn't invite it to the party.
I think there was one question from the chat about sunny dry plants.
About plants I wouldn't use again.
I think so. Maybe Barbara could chime in, but it says, what plants would you not use again, which I think you addressed, but also what about plants for a sunny, dry area?
So I think the plants that I would have avoided thinking about it more for sunny, dry areas is the ones that can't be competitive. And some of those, it's because of the ones that I showed are because of root competition. Some of them, they're simply too low. And so we tried to create areas where bearberry could grow and where prickly pear cactus would go. Initially, we had stiff aster, Ionactis linearifolia, which is just about 8 inches tall. And we couldn't get that. And I'm actually a little bit relieved because I think it just would have disappeared here. So those are plants that I think either not use or create a separate zone for them where anything taller than they are is going to be rigorously weeded out. I do see a question on the chat about the rabbit population in the Calero. In my own garden, I have definitely seen the rabbits do a number on that. I think that is an advantage of planting it when a meadow is already well established or when other plants are, because what I've seen is that if they can't get to it easily, it doesn't get eaten. It won't put on prolific bloom, but you will see a bloom here and there. So that helps a little bit with the rabbit issue.
You could just repeat what plant he's just talking about, and then also the variety of the eupatorium. I didn't hear what that was either.
Sure. Did you hear that question? Okay.
Yeah, I think I just talked about a few plants, but
When you, about the rabbit eating.
oh, the rabbit, that would be the Calero, the wine cups, or the purple mallow. And then the eupatorium that we specified was Hyssopifolium, hyssop leafed thoroughwort. That's one occasion where the common name is worse than the scientific. And I don't know, I haven't been able to identify yet from photos what it is that we actually got. So I'm hoping to chat with people at the garden about that, because I think they've been able to identify it.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the audience?
There was a question in the chat and one I had about irrigation. So is it irrigated at all, get it established, or is it all just dependent on?
That turned out to be one of the surprises. So the contractor, there was no irrigation specified. The contractor put in an irrigation system on their own nickel. So the garden didn't have to pay for it to help the plants get established in the first year. And I don't think it was a very sophisticated irrigation system. And I think that may be why the forbs went haywire in the first year, where the grasses that were better adapted to drought just kind of plugged along. And that system is being replaced by another system with the intent of, when we have drought like we had this year, just giving it enough irrigation to sustain the plants through that, not to get a huge luxuriant growth. So the planting environment has changed a little bit, and we actually there was an irrigation issue right when we had the worst heat this year, which is why we lost some of the plants there that had maybe not formed such deep root systems because they had been irrigated up to that point. Speculation. Okay, thank you, everyone.